Let's go. Well, welcome to Friday Night ICL. We have a fantastic matchup for you tonight. Very, very exciting stuff. Getting ready, getting the new spices out. And tonight we have a fantastic show for you. Tonight, I am ready.
Yeah, I'm super pumped to be here in the ICL yet again. This is a great matchup, especially the first match I'm particularly interested in, which is obviously the one that I'm going to be casting, as there is no Sapphire in the first
Ooh,
match, which is very interesting. We're diversifying the meta a little bit,
let's go.
but with all that being said, both decks are playing steel, which
Oh, it's okay though. It's a little bit different. It's steel. You just need some sort of removal, and who does it better than steel, right? There's not a
yeah.
lot of better options to get rid of some annoying characters like steel.
Yeah, I mean, Steel has that monopoly on that like damage-based removal. I mean, Ruby technically has damage-based removal with
Mhm.
things like Teeth and Ambitions,
Right.
and moving damage and things like that. But Steel just does it so much better. You
Mhm.
can play all your removal spells or your removal actions and songs for free because you can sing them, which just makes the value so much higher compared to other removal options in decks like Ruby. Most of those removal options are going to be actions that you have to pay for or characters that you have to pay for. Rarely do you see them singing "Becoming Undisputed" anymore, or
Mhm.
things like "Be Prepared." Maybe a Sisu or a Tamato will pull that if they need to, but yeah, not as
Yeah.
efficient as Steel these days.
I mean, the biggest emphasis, like you said, is the free ability to just sing them away, and you don't have to worry about your resources or anything like that. So you just play them essentially for free and get rid of the biggest problems on the board very easily. And you always need them. You
Essentially a
always
link
need
for the
them.
timer. What
But
Yeah,
else?
right
Make
for
here,
sure we're
we
sure.
on the
got our
same one.
fantastic lineup of Team Ohana.
Yeah, shout out to Team Ohana. I came dressed a little thematically today. Not that I have any biases or anything. I just figured throw on the Hawaiian shirt, got the flowers on, a little pink,
See, a
represent a
little
little bit.
bias, just a little
Um,
bias.
Shout out to Luca though. Luca Serrano, who is not playing tonight, but he was my first ever interview for Lorcana. The first player I ever interviewed was Luca. The first player I ever reached out to
The kid
was
genius
Luca.
himself.
Yes, from Team Ohana, but he is not playing tonight. Tonight we have Chris, we have DJ, and we have Matthew playing. And these players are all very accomplished in their own right. I mean, we see Chris got a top 64, a day 2 at Fort
Wow.
Worth. We see DJ was able to win multiple tournaments, top 4 splits at 1Ks, which are kind of like wins, right? Everybody wins at the end of the day with a split, multiple set champ winner, and then you have Matthew, who was able to reach top 128 at Vegas. And I'll say, like, it feels like the top 128 players are all in that relative skill level. It's really, really hard to do. Basically, you're one win away from a day
Right.
2. So it's very impressive. These players are absolutely accomplished and definitely deserve to be here in the ICL today. And I'm excited to see what they have.
Oh, definitely some great talent here in today's matchup. I'm really looking forward to it. Like you said, I mean, the difference of getting to day 2 and getting to 128 is just like one potentially game decision away from getting
Mhm.
there. So that the elite difference between them maybe 0.1%. It's so little, but it brings a lot. It requires a lot of talent. It requires a lot of practice, and it requires a lot of skill.
Yeah, a lot of skill, a lot of consistency, and like you said, practice. You have to put the time in, you have to put the effort in. As we have
Absolutely.
the portal players up on your screen right now, we have RJ, Zachary, and Alex. And Breezy, I'll let you take this one.
All right. RJ here. We got 4 SCG Con top 8s, 2 5K top 8s. Is that a lot of money? You tell me.
You can go ahead and decide who wants to go
Got a
first,
Pockets are
bunch
and
of
full.
then
set champs, 2
start
DLC
your
when it goes.
mulligans, but not start.
That's a lot of bling as well.
Mhm.
Connecticut's
180.
second best
All right,
board
do you want
on
to do a dice roll?
two
Yeah,
bait.
good with me.
We got Zachary here with hottest hand
Yeah, I got a 4.
of east of the
Got
Connecticut
9.
River. That's
Okay.
a bold statement because there's a lot of hands being thrown around in the Lorcana space.
I don't know where
Um,
the Connecticut River is exactly, but it could be a true statement.
Either way, there's a lot of area that he's covering, and that's a bold statement. So you better bring the heat tonight. We got undisputed 2-time second place finisher. We all been
Would you
there.
like
We
me to
almost
cut?
got to first, but we didn't because we
Anyways, cool.
absolutely
Half is fine.
bottled our final matchup.
How about yourself?
A Bucky
Yeah,
advocate.
half's
I'm
fine.
gonna just stop right there.
Cut it off. Cut it off.
Cut it off right there. We moved on from that, but Prince John's #1 critic and Diablo's right wing man. So you can assume where he stood on that ban Diablo movement when it happened. And last but not least, we got Alex, top 64 at DLC Atlanta, and then he went top 120 at DLC Las Vegas, top 8 at SCG Con 5K, and he just wins them all. Wins all the set promos, at least play set of them. Got a bunch of mats, does it all.
Yeah. Again, super consistent players here. Going to those SCG cons are a lot of fun, and you'll run into a lot of high level players. I mean, in my area in the DMV, you could see Kurt Spice, you could see Jonathan Lamb in those. If you go down south, I know Kendall Burdett, no, I'm not, is running the SCGs all the time. So making top 8s at those, top 4s at those is no easy feat as well. So those are impressive results for sure. And I know these guys are excited to be here in the ICL and to put up some more results, most definitely.
Absolutely. I cannot wait to get into the action tonight. The level of competition is so high in the ICL. I mean, we got like so many day tours, so many let it go winners, so many just constantly winners of big events, and it's just so fascinating to see them come and clash against one another and see who comes on top.
Yeah, the great thing about the ICL, especially at the beginning of the meta like this, is we get to see so many different players and how they evolve throughout the season, if you will, throughout the series until we get to this set champ season where the meta is really sort of defined. But these are the players that are going to shape the meta and help the community at large figure out what they want to play, what they like. So this is, again, high-level play that you want to tune in.
Alright, you guys go ahead and start. You guys have an hour for
early
your match.
information and let these players do the play testing for you. If you don't have all the time in the world, these are high-level players that are going to show you how to play these decks, and you'll find out week by week what's working, what's not working. You can make your own decisions on your deck building there.
Absolutely. And as the game starts on, I believe I'll be casting off. So good luck to y'all, and good luck to the players.
Hello.
Wonderland.
I was a little worried there. I was doing some background stuff with studio mode, and it just wasn't showing the player's screen, so I had to like jump out of studio mode and then put it. That's why we saw them pop up one at a time there. I was a little worried, and then I was just gonna leave Breezy out there to do it all. So
We're back in business as we see a one drop from each player on each side, and Coffee has the original bell, if you will, the Cinderella on turn 1.
oh,
And
so good.
Matt goes ahead and says, yeah, I'll get rid of my broom. I'm not going to let the Storm Rage on, get rid of him and give you all the card advantage.
But if Cindy's singing here, Calhoun gets to feast. It's an interesting thing. It's like there's a world you don't need to break the broom if you are willing to trade broom for Cindy. Like they get the storm off, but then you get to eat the Cindy, and they kind of have to have like a Smee or something to fight back. And even then, that just seems pretty good for you. But that said, it's
that's a
also
great point.
good to get that card draw when you need it.
Yeah. Depending on what Matt's hand looks like, it could be a significant amount of uninkables. His deck isn't running a crate. Well, there we see he has plenty of inkables as he slams down 3 1-drops. Yeah, any of these could be food for those Let the Storm Rage ons, and we have 2 singers on Coffee's side of the board, primed and ready to go, should they ever want to let one of these songs.
Rapunzel. That's kind of a sign. To me, I feel like there's a whole new world in Coffee's hand. And Coffee probably even saw another whole new world in that aerial and was like, nah, I don't need it. I'm just going to put it on the bottom, think we whiffed, think they've got the go ahead, and we're just going to sneakily sing that whole new world and go to town. The problem is Logan has a big little army.
Yeah, he does have a big little army, that's for sure, and neither Cinderella or the Troubadour exert to sing anything. And Matt says, I'll just go ahead and quest, gonna get this lore onto the board and keep my Calhoun upright, can take out 2 of the threats on the side of Coffee. So if that aerial does decide to whole new world, it doesn't feel too bad because you know you have an immediate answer should the Calhoun stay on board.
Man, I hope for Coffee's sake. I really hope Coffee has the whole new world.
Yeah, Matt is
playing
rabbit right now.
Yeah, playing rabbit and popping a couple of brooms. Like, oh, this is what Coffee wants to do. It's just like challenge Diablo. You get to draw a card. Like sing Rage on Calhoun. Sing Whole New World or Ink. Sing Whole New World.
Yeah.
Play another removal on Rabbit. Maybe before that even happens. Oh.
Well, if he doesn't have it, he could definitely find it here. I'll let the Storm Rage on.
Not the best of songs.
Yeah, in this situation.
They were the best of songs. They were the worst of songs.
That was probably the worst of songs at this point, I think.
It's like without... At this point, I'm kind of thinking maybe there isn't a whole new world. There's still a lot of cards. Got to choose what to do. I don't mind Zeusing something. Drawing a card off of the Diablo. Maybe hitting the Zeus that we want. Maybe hitting the whole new world if we somehow haven't seen it.
Yeah. Decides to go for a Storm onto the Diablo. Draws a card, looking for more options, but taking a look at the suite of songs in his particular version, it's 4 Let the Storm Rage On, 4 Strength of Raging Fire, 4 Zeus, and 4 A Whole New World. So that's
There's a Zeus.
All consistency.
And we have all the singers. So if we're going to Whole New World okay, we have everything. If we are well, it's the wrong one, but we understand. 2 Whole New Worlds already.
2 Whole New Worlds, yeah. And Matt being greedy on all that card draw is gonna bite him because the Diablo drew a card, the Rabbit drew a card, and all of that got wheeled, plus all the cards he drew from the Rabbit coming into play and the 2 brooms. So would have been nice to keep those brooms out, I think, for the potential Whole New World, but gets super punished.
Yeah. And this is just Steel Song things. I mean, it looks super punishing. This has just been the game plan for a few sets now. You curve, and then you take advantage of double carding. You're using all your ink to play something, and then you're singing cards. And then you're constantly keeping them with nothing in play, so you can continue to sing without having to worry about your characters getting challenged. Whereas in Yes, this Calhoun just got to feast a little bit, as possibly the other one. But with Coffee inking, I guess he drew a whole 7. With Coffee having a full grip, well...
Oh, there's Pete. That's big time. That'll slow down Coffee at the very least, but we know that this deck is running he's running a bunch of characters, so could definitely put down a couple more threats here on his turn.
As a Steel Song player, the best way to combat a Pete is to play your own. Yeah. Because if you don't, that Pete they just played, that Pete's gonna sing removal. It's like if you go aerial, they go Pete. If you don't Pete back, that aerial of yours is gone. Like,
yep. And Matt has 3 Zeus. Not that Pete can sing it, but he has 4 Strength of Raging Fire and 2 Friends on the other side. But so there are a couple of songs that Pete can sing. Strength being probably the most important in this situation.
So Matthew kind of has this cool play where he can snake repeat over and over. Mm-hmm. It's cute, but it doesn't do much when you're at 0 lore. If he was at like 12 lore, this would be way different, right? Like all of a sudden Coffee would be forced to make some crazy plays to try to do something. But now a bunch of quests in here doesn't look that good.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he is able to repeat here just because, okay, so he goes for it. And on Coffee's side, I mean, he doesn't have like really any ability to challenge that well. Like Smee is the biggest challenger on that side of the board. And I guess you could go 1 for 1 with an aerial into a Calhoun, but that doesn't feel super great. So with the Pete coming down again, Coffee's going to be stalled out here. Something like a Bianca would be nice to combat this strategy. Just a big beefy character that can take out anything and 2-for-1 essentially. But right now, just sitting with a bunch of semi-fragile singers on the board and two lore questers. But I think he just needs to weather the storm here, rip some of these songs after a Pete is not on the board, and then sort of just take over the game as these Steel Song decks do, go super wide and just quest out aggressively.
Yeah. Steel Song, yeah, this is just how it plays. You don't have a lot of lore, and then all of a sudden you realize you have 10 characters in play, your opponent has none, and you turn sideways twice and win the game.
Yeah.
And that's why Be Prepared and Sisu is so dang good against the deck, because it's spending all the turns answering what you're doing while flooding the board, but not questing, because you're singing with these characters. So it does get punished by Sisu's and big board wipes, or swords if that ever sees play again. But now Coffee's just creating 3/3s and whatnot. And if Matthew quests too willy-nilly, like a Rapunzel could come down and draw 3 cards off of this Daisy.
Oh, definitely. We saw one Rapunzel go into the Inkwell, but that's definitely an option, especially with the Smee out there as well. As Matt banishes the Chernobog to draw a card, we did see one of the aerials go into the Calhoun, as I was talking about, an option for Coffee. He goes for it, but then he deploys the Baritone Bully, which is also a Singer 5. So not much of a loss, and now he has a 3/3 in place of that.
Yeah, it's one of the weird things where he's a 3/3 for 3. It's not great. It's Singer 5, but you don't care about the Singer now. You actually really want the 3/3 body to be able to trade with the opposing Snake army, basically. And you don't really want to play another Whole New World. We know there's only 2 more in your deck, but the way that this, at 10 lore, giving Matthew another full grip could be disastrous, because I'm assuming a snake or a cobra could be coming down soon, and a bunch of slithery snakes is not how you want to lose this game. You just don't want to lose to that.
Yeah, on the side of Matt, he's got 4 of the giant cobra, and he's got 2 of the white rose, 4 goats. So there are cards in his deck that can give him the reach. Yeah, and like you said, the cobra is probably the scariest, especially with a full hand, because you can just start shotgunning cards out of your hand into the discard pile and gaining a crazy amount of lore.
Have we seen him ink really any of those? Like, so that's a lot of reach just left in his deck to just like go the distance.
Yeah, 100%. As we do see the Cinderella turn sideways to sing probably the song that Cinderella, I mean, there's no official stats on it, but I'll go ahead and say that Cinderella has sang Let the Storm Rage On more than any other card in the game by far. But, I mean, on this turn, Coffee does have the freedom to sing all those songs, so we'll see what he's been holding in his hand, how he's able to deal with this board. Looks like we're actually challenging, which is interesting, with the Smee. That removes a potential draw 2 with Rapunzel. Sings Along Came Zeus onto the Snake, as the board for Matt is slowly being dwindled away here by the Steel Song deck. And that's what they do, is we see 3 characters come down on the side of Coffee as he just continues to go wider and wider and wider and says, all right, I think I can start questing now. Going back on over to Matt here. He's got an incredibly wide board to deal with, as it seemed like Coffee just had so many characters in his hand and not necessarily all songs. Could be a Whole New World or 2 in there. We'll see what he's got, but Matt's got a tall task ahead of him, not playing Ruby. He doesn't have access to the Sisu and the Be Prepared, like you mentioned. This deck just doesn't have the ability to clear super wide boards like this. So I think you probably just quest here and try to get over the line, but I don't know. There's so much lore on the side of Coffee. It just feels really bad.
Oh yeah. Swinging for 12. That's representing lethal in 2 taps. Even with some disruption, like drew a friends anyways. Doesn't matter if it went to the bottom. Probably had it before, but I haven't checked. I'm assuming there's no docks in this friends
No
rabbit
docks.
list.
Yeah, playing the rabbits. I've been playing some Amethyst Steel. As a former Ruby Amethyst player, I'm sort of a convert. So I tried the rabbit. I prefer dock, honestly. Just because I feel like you need to go a little faster here. But rabbit, definitely a useful
That's
card.
scary.
Yeah. Oh, and a
Oh,
Pete. That's big time.
That could be game.
Yeah.
If there's a rabbit, any bounce in hand, if that is a bounce, this game is over.
Yep. He'll draw the card off the top, play the Cobra, discard whatever card he had off the top.
Or if it's another Cobra.
Yeah,
or
if it's another Cobra, true.
Might not actually be enough. There is a world that Coffee can send the Ariel into the Smee, the Gaston into the Rabbit, and then quest for 1-2 for 10 up to 16, and then put themselves in a position to be able to quest for Lorthel the next turn, even with Matthew challenging.
Yeah, if Matt has a Cobra, it is over, but he needs exactly Cobra.
Or
I guess
Snake.
he could double White Rose. Yeah, or Snake.
He's going to have 3 cards total. He'll probably have a few to draw. This is a close game, that's for sure. Coffee's like, all right, do you have it? If you have it, you have it. If you don't, I have it.
Interesting here, deciding not to quest with the Daisy Duck. Doesn't want to potentially put... Oh, and there's the Cobra. Yeah, you called it. The wheel did not wheel the Cobras, and he had all of them at the end of the game to close it out. Just chain the Pete's exactly how you want to into the Cobras to get over the line, and that's what makes this Amethyst Steel deck so powerful. That's why the Cobra was instantly made this deck a staple within the meta. It can just gain you so much lore at the end of these games when you don't have the ability to just quest out.
Yeah, I said it was cute to do when at 0 lore, but I had the lores backwards on my screen, and they were actually at 6 lore. So then they quested up to 9 the next turn, and I was like, it's still good there. It's not nearly as powerful as over 10, but having the double Cobra there for reach with another Pete to just push it through is really what did it for him. I guess let's spam some Ohana emotes in the chat. Gotta find it. I know it's in there. I have to refresh the thing, apparently.
Yeah, that was very well played by Matt there at the end, just knowing his win conditions, knowing how to get over the finish line, using the Pete's. I mean, Pete is just such a great card in this meta. It's a Pete meta. There's so many people playing these steel decks, as me and Breezy were talking about. So many songs out and about. Pete is just an absolute crusher in this current meta, and we saw the power of him.
Was there a Smee in play when he took out the Snake with the Zeus? That definitely was probably a minor mistake, but I guess I could understand that Coffee maybe at that point was expecting to push for Lorthel there, and then was assuming that then if the Smee had to challenge back, it would be a trade. But Coffee had multiple Troubadours, so he could have used the Troubadour to crack back and kind of negate that anyways. So that oversight caught by chat there very well could be the full game. I couldn't remember what the other character was. I know it was a Snake, a Rabbit, and something else. If it was a Smee, then I think that was definitely a misstep. I mean, we know it was because he lost the game by a lore base, like that one lore mattered.
Exactly.
So you could claim that that was at least the wrong choice. But we do understand. I think it's easy to understand why they took that choice, being like, well, if you're going to challenge back, I want to do this. I just don't think they appreciated their own character's resist as much as they needed to, or as they should have.
Coffee inks the Cinderella and puts the Daisy out. That might show that he doesn't have a song in hand to get rid of a 1-drop on the side of Matt. Or maybe is just like, you know what? I'll just quest here and try to get ahead before Matt is able to get all of his lore onto the board.
I'm hoping for Alex's sake, it means that they have a Troubadour and they have Zeus's.
Yep. There is the Troubadour, as you called it. We're going to quest for 2, put a goat into the hand of Matt. This Daisy card.
I think that's good. I actually think that's good for Coffee. Based on the plays, I'm expecting, especially with a Singer or the 3/3 inked, I'm expecting an aerial next turn, and the turn after that I expect, the game plan. How it was drawn up, ready to go. We character, and then do it. Whole new world. But this time, Coffee's like, I'm going to quest out. I'm going to fill your hand up. It's just a 1/4. It's also going to check, like, Snake's going to have to buy back, which is also good, and it's okay. It's not as good as if Logan just drew, if we're going to whole new world.
Yeah, 100%.
Wait, why is Logan inking again?
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think we played a sale, but that's all right. Yeah, the Daisy, when this card was revealed, I mean, everybody called it. This is just going to be a really, really good card in these Steel Song decks that can just fill your opponent's hand to make those wheels even more devastating, as we do see 3 exerted into the aerial. As you called it, you're calling every shot here on the side of Coffee. We'll see if he gets anything.
So far, Coffee's just had everything you need. Now the question is, do we see the Zeus on the Snake? I called that they had the Zeus as removal. What did they just grabbed a Storm?
Yeah, grab the Storm.
I think storming the Snake is also reasonable here. Actually, you need to answer the Snake. Otherwise, questing could have been questionable because of Fox. But maybe that's fine. Maybe that's fine.
Yeah, it does put the Snake back into hand, so that's just another potential card lost to the whole new world.
We would be trading the Daisy for a Fox at a turn, because Snake would quest, Fox bounces back Snake, Snake takes out Daisy, Troubadour sings the Storm we already know about, answers the Fox, we spend 4 ink, and we get a brand new turn. And it looks like that's what we're doing. Let's see if this is how Coffee planned it, and if that's what they wanted to happen, or if it was kind of a fumble.
Yeah, we do have the Storm. That's a super clean answer. We'll see what he's able to get out of his hand here, because his hand is pretty full for a whole new world at this point.
Let's see how many 1-drops we got here.
There's one of them.
Thinking about what to ink. Oh, questing. Not pulling the trigger yet. Got more value to get. Although that's...
And no
ink, playing a Daisy. Yeah, we're both just like, wait a second,
what is going on here? Is this handful of Zeuses?
1, 2, 3, 4. It's got to be just removal, right?
Yeah, I mean, even if it was like there's a Strength or Raging Fire, surely you ink that.
If we have a whole new world in hand, I would be very upset that we quested with Ariel, because if there was another Fox, there's a high chance the Ariel gets hit there, and I wouldn't want to open it up. So it makes me think that Coffee might not even have the whole new world, but let's just hope he does, and Logan doesn't, for Matthew's sake, doesn't repeat over and over again.
Yeah, 1-drop into Fox is a fantastic turn 4 play that these Amethyst decks can do. We're going to quest with Daisy here. Send the one and only Genie into
the
hand.
only Genie.
Yep. Genie, a card that has fallen out of favor a bit. I think everyone was super high on the card when it first arrived, but I think it can worm its way back into the meta here with a heavy steel.
It doesn't seem bad against Sapphire Steel. A little slow maybe, and that's the problem. When your opponent's playing free Blue Donald,
free everything.
aka Scrooge.
Yeah. Most things seem pretty slow when your opponent is playing like 13 ink worth of stuff for free onto the board with dimes and Scrooges and bells and all that stuff.
So Coffee still did not ink on the last turn, and oh my, this. I hope for Coffee that when he can use songs again, it's good. But we know there's a Snake in Logan's hand.
Yeah. The repeat is definitely online. It could be something that just happens like every
But
turn until the game is over.
It's kind of cute at the moment, though. Logan's only at 3, can quest up to 7, which is fair. But then some shenanigans might happen. You could see a Troubadour taking out the Diablo, and then the 2/3/3s taking out Troubadour, and then Daisy hitting a 3/3, and then Rapunzeling could be a play. There's got to be a whole new world in your hand if you're playing Nala and not inking, and even then, I'm curious.
I mean, I'm not an Amber Steel Song aficionado by any stretch of the imagination, but I think you want to get some ink onto the board if you're going to whole new world, and potentially you want to play a bunch of stuff after the whole new world, right? Yeah. So you want to sing a bunch of stuff, you want to play a bunch of stuff. That's what I've come to learn playing against these decks, as we play the snake, bounce the Pete, and put them back down onto the board.
So which it makes me think that Coffee's hand is just removal, and is just like, all I need is that turn. Give me that turn. The other Pete didn't even quest, which is a little surprising. With on board, what's the best that can happen? The 2 Troubadours and a Daisy challenge it. Then you get a challenge back, taking out both Troubadours and the Daisy. And if you don't have another Pete, I mean, sure, Rapunzel might get you, which is probably what Logan's playing around, is just making sure Coffee doesn't draw off of a Rapunzel. But if Coffee had a Rapunzel, that Nala, I would have preferred to have been inked so we could play Rapunzel and then play something off of the Rapunzel.
Yeah,
so it's
100%.
Kind of hard to say. Maybe Coffee has all of the things, and that's why we don't know. It's like there's so many choices.
Yeah, I'm really, really interested to see what he has and what the thinking was for this. But I mean, you take a look at Matt and his past few turns. He's played Pete 3 turns in a row and only gained like 3 or 4 lore in those 3 turns. So he hadn't put on a ton of pressure here. And now there's no active Pete, so you can start getting stuff off the board. And he really hasn't. He doesn't even have more lore than Coffee does at this point, and Coffee hasn't done anything in 4 turns.
So Coffee needs to sing Zeus, sing Rage, challenge, sing Whole New World, ink, play 2 more characters, and then prepare for another Whole New World the next turn.
We did see a strength of a Raging Fire go into the Inkwell for Coffee. That was the last thing he inked.
This turn?
Last turn, yes.
So there's at least some stuff. Ink strength, play Nala.
I think I would have rather had the strength over the Nala, but he could be setting something up for Rapunzel, like you mentioned. But
double Zeus.
Yep, there's the Zeus's. Matt, like you said, Matt's not questing with these 3 cost characters. He's not giving up the Rapunzel value that maybe Coffee wanted to set up with the Nala over the strength.
There's a Pete underneath that Calhoun, I assume. That makes sense.
Yes.
I was like, I hope just one Calhoun didn't go in. All right, now we're Whole New World, and Storm was the other card.
Interesting. Yeah. So like we said early on, it's got to be a handful of Zeuses, and he did have 2 there. Makes good use of them. Has 5 ink, I believe, to play with here. Quest with the Nala.
Yeah, I kind of think he should, unless he literally drew those Nalas on those turns, which kind of makes sense. I assume those were his last 2 draws were like Nala. And on the first time he could have played Whole New World, his hand was like Whole New World, Zeus, strength. And he just didn't want to get rid of the removal. And he should have just inked the strength and sang the Whole New World and then played another character or 2. He had the tempo. He was far enough ahead. And instead he opened his opponent up to play Pete's and then basically deploy everything he had. And now if he Whole New Worlds, his opponent has 7 cards in hand and 7 ink.
Yeah, it's also interesting that, I mean, I was talking about the Rapunzel play as a potential reason for playing the Nala instead of inking it over the strength, but didn't have a Rapunzel in his hand. As we see the Bianca come down. Yeah, Bianca is huge in this matchup. And a Zeus did go to the bottom for Matt off of a Daisy quest, so that's important to note.
So is another Zeus drawn in those 8 cards?
He's got 3 total in the deck, and 1 is at the bottom, so...
I expect Coffee to have far less characters in play by the end of this turn.
Yeah.
Like, if there is a crab and a fox in that grip, oof, that is terrifying for Coffee.
Yeah. I mean, Amethyst can't remove characters like Steel or Ruby can, but what they can do is challenge super effectively with the bounce package, and that is typically how they get rid of boards. And if there are understated characters in terms of strength on your opponent's side, Amethyst eats those up. But we see a goat come down.
Singing a Zeus. Oh, strength. Basically the same thing.
As the Bianca hits the discard pile.
A lot of interesting plays that could happen here. I'm quite interested to see how the end of this turn lines up.
Yeah, I was going to ask, what do you think about the challenging here? Or just quests?
If we got a fox, a snake,
Cobra.
we're just representing Lorthal's what we're doing here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lore in play. So we're forcing Coffee to go back. Just stole the tempo.
Yeah, completely. And there's no 5-singer, so there's no potential for a whole new world on this turn, which I think is really big, especially if Coffee doesn't have every answer. You could potentially a whole new world with like an aerial and look for those answers, but now you kind of just have to have them. And Matt just taking that early tempo. Coffee never put like a real threat onto the board other than the Bianca, which was answered immediately. The Pete's stalling out Coffee. Yeah, just prevented Coffee from interacting with Matt's board, and Matt just built up a super wide board, and neither of these decks really can deal with those cleanly.
Basically 2 games in a row. Mm-hmm. The Pete's just like did too much work. It was, I think both games, it was 3 turns in a row, 2 hardcast Pete's and a bounce Pete. And the first game also had a final Pete to seal the deal.
Yeah.
Post Whole New World. And that's just really what you don't want to be seeing. And you might think, oh man, Pete just makes these games terrible. Like, it's so unfair. It's like, no, Pete is the savior. You do not know how terrible some of these steel mirrors were without Pete. It is your counter play. Your opponent has the tempo and is going to be singing removal on you. You play the Pete. Try to steal the tempo back. It gives extra layers and playability. Yep. Sometimes it also means that your opponent checkmates you because your only answer is actions. Play more else's, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, both players are playing 4, but obviously one deck is able to make use of those much better. I mean, the Amber Steel song can beat the Amethyst Steel, but that they don't really care. Like there's not that many songs in the deck in the first place, and they can just deploy characters that can deal with your side of the board or gain lore immediately or draw cards. So Pete doesn't really hurt the Amethyst Steel in the way that it hurts the Amber Steel. As we see a Zeus come down, remove the Smee, represents 2 lore.
The exerted Smee is with 1 damage on. It's not where you want to have to be removing things, but you do what you need to do.
Strength's a Chernobog instead of a Cobra or a Goat.
So probably lose to bounce no matter what, and we're not able to answer both the Goat and the Cobra. So we're trying to hope we can crack back for Lorthal on our own, and hope that they don't have a way to gain 2 lore, and any bounce does it.
There's the Cobra.
Any bounce, any Cobra, and that is done.
Yeah, I'll be interested to know if the Cobra was in hand or if it was the Calhoun and he got the Cobra off the top there. But yeah, very well played by Matt, deploying the Peats at the exact right time every single turn, it seemed like.
Yeah, it's very big there. So if you want to unmute yourself and undeafen, we will go in for some interviews.
Just didn't see what I needed. I had a really strong start. It just needed to be any more characters or inkables after the taking out your Fox.
We got him screwed.
So you had the Peats every time you really needed them there, Logan.
They were there. They were there.
Yeah, I mean, the Peats were absolutely crucial there, and then the Cobras got you over the finish line every single time, and it was interesting that first match when he used a whole new world and got rid of a bunch of your stuff. We noticed that not a lot of Cobras were in the discard, and that was something that could potentially get you back into the game. Was that something that you were banking on, those Cobras being left in the deck to get you over the finish line in the first match?
I wasn't like crazy about my hand when he was wheeling it, so I was fine with the wheel, and I knew we had a lot of the Cobras, Roses, Goats, all the uncontested lore still in there, so that was nice.
Live by the wheel, die by the wheel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and in that same vein, Matt, early in the first match, you had a bunch of the one-drop cantrips, and you chose to banish them to draw cards in the face of a potential wheel. Was your hand just really disappointing and you wanted new options and didn't really care if the wheel came down, or were you worried about those being removed?
Yeah, I think at that point my hand was not good, and I figured the brooms were only long for like one more turn possibly, so I just went ahead and popped them then.
Gotcha.
That makes sense. Coffee, in that second game, did you have the whole new world on the turn 4? Could you have sang it with your aerial on the one turn he gave?
No, I drew it the third turn he peated me in a row. I had the 2 Zeuses. I had a Strength and a Storm in hand. All 3 of those Peats. Yeah.
Game 2, I kept a Pete and then mulled into a second one, so I was like, this is a good spot.
Yeah, not bad.
He has everything, but nothing to do with it, and then just the Peats didn't let you do anything at all.
Yeah, that's how it goes, right? If you play songs, you gotta be willing to play into Pete.
In the second game, I'm trying to think. He Peated you 3 turns in a row, and there were 2 of those turns that you didn't ink. One turn you played the Nala, one turn you inked the Strength. Did you have the Strength and the Nala at the same time? And why did you? I
inked the Strength.
Yeah.
So I played out the Nala because I had the Strength, and I wanted to be able to just hit, because I was questing with the Daisy. I wanted to still have the 3 characters on board for the Strength to hit like any of his 3 health guys.
Right.
But then I drew the wheel on the 3rd Pete, so I inked the Strength because I still had the 2 Zeuses and the Storm in hand. So it's like I have too many songs, so get rid of the Strength and then hopefully draw into characters.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense, wanting to put the Nala down in the case that your Daisy gets removed and you still have enough characters to make the Strength useful. So yeah, that makes sense.
Well,
and those were all the questions I had. Yeah.
I was gonna say, is this what you wanted to play against when you chose to play Amethyst Steel, or were you a little disappointed when you saw the turn 1 Cindy in game 1, Matthew?
We've actually been testing this particular matchup a lot in our group. And then obviously the song, when it high rolls and it has the best hand, it's better, but just the consistency from Purple Steel to be able to finish out with the uncontested lore, I felt like it was a fine matchup. I'm not playing your favorite card, Doc, but thought we could still get there.
Yeah. I saw the friends and I was like, I know that they're not doing it. You have the one genie. That could be a singleton dock. It could be just the one dock, and you only need one. You'll never draw two. You can bounce it if you need to.
I'm one of those guys who always has 3 docks in his hand, so.
One of the best ways to only play one, then you won't ever have that happen.
So you could have Cobras to pitch those extra docks.
Oh, see, the deck is even better every day. Did either of you have some shout outs you wanted to give?
Go ahead, Matt.
Just shout out to my team and our sponsor, House of Cards in Winston-Salem, and that's it for me.
Yeah. All right. Shout out to the portal. Shout out to all the guys from the Massachusetts, Connecticut area. Been playing a lot out here, so it's been fun.
Round 2 is going to be getting going soon. All right, Garrick, did you want to give some shout outs there? And thank you too for playing.
Thank you
for having us.
Yeah, thank you, Matt and Coffee. Really interesting games. Love to see the back and forth and the play and counterplay. As for me, I just want to say thank you to the ICL for inviting me back. It's always a pleasure. I love being here, and as many times as I can do it, I'll be here whenever my name is called. As for shout outs, just shout out to my team, Inc. And you can check my content out on YouTube at Garrick's Lorcana Lair. I have a whole bunch of different stuff there, interviews, video essays. Yeah, I have a lot planned for that. So check it out.
All right.
And that is it for me. Wonderland is deafened, but I think he's trying to get
I can hear
the next
you.
people in
gotta
here
keep,
for the next match.
Keep entertaining them. You gotta keep entertaining them for a little bit longer.
We're hanging out.
Can you hear me, Garrick? You can't hear me, Garrick.
No, I could not. I was just trying to stall a little bit. I was like,
I was just saying, stall for 30 more seconds for me, please.
Yeah. Okay, so let's stall, Matt. Let's talk about the Doc Rabbit conundrum. I've been playing Amethyst Steel a decent bit here in the newest set, trying my best to avoid playing the dreaded Sapphire. But talk to me about Rabbit versus Doc. Is it really just the case of I hate having more than one Doc in my hand at a time, or what are you finding in your playtesting?
Yeah, I think that is it for me, the multiple docks, because I do find the dock build better in testing. It's just more consistent. But I like having the Rabbit and the option to Zeus against some of the bigger guys. I fear the Shark.
Yeah. I mean, that's a great point. The Shark is an ever-present force, and I think Ruby Sapphire is set to make a huge comeback. At least that's my gut feeling. Coffee, how have you felt about Amber Steel's song in the current meta? I mean, in the recent invitational that we hosted, Amber Steel's song came out on top. How have you felt that it's been pretty strong?
I think it's really strong. You just gotta. It's one of the more coin flippy decks in your own hands, right? Like, if you brick on something, it's a hard brick. You're not playing, but most games you'll be able to play, and if you play, you're almost always coming out on top. So it didn't get to reflect here, but the game 1 it was very close, and game 2 is just one of those games.
I think both of those games were very close. Obviously, like Pete really showed itself to be an all-star there, and you put yourself in the position that you were like, you have to have the Cobra twice, and if you don't, I win, and they did have it. All right, well, we're gonna swap over to the other casters now. So wave bye.
Awesome. Thanks for having me. See you later.
See you guys.
Adios.
All right. You two are live.
Here we go. Round 2.
Hello. How you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. How are you tonight? I'm honored that I'm in the same class as royalty here. I mean, you made Continentals, and I get to sit here and cast with you. This is amazing.
Yeah, well, all the pleasure is mine. I gotta say, I really appreciate your content, and you're doing great. So, let's see how round 2 will do this time.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited for round 2 here. I think we have some pretty good decks.
Is Zach the smiley
Trying not to
face
spoil
or the
anything,
Stitch?
especially if anybody's listening. But I think they're going to be good. I want to see how they compete against each other. I want to see the strengths
I
and
can't read
weaknesses of
that.
each of them. They're definitely,
All right, so if
I would
Zach
say, on the
is
meta
smiley,
scale
then
for
I'll
sure.
swap
But
those.
uh,
And then
let's see how it
I think
goes.
it's the same. Can you move your lore
Yeah.
up one, Zach?
One interesting thing is,
Just game lore.
it is
Alright,
kind of a
perfect.
throwback of a match I've seen.
I think
So
we are good
I'll just leave it at
to
that.
go.
All right.
Lose the lore though.
So far in this new set, what is your? Oh, we're getting right into it. What is your favorite card of the new set?
Whoops.
It has to be Lady. The
Lady.
dual
Nice.
color Lady. I want to do something with that card. People are more excited about Tramp dual color. I don't play them. It's pretty spicy combo-y, so
The lady definitely fits your play style. I've seen a lot of your decks, and that'll definitely fit your play style really well.
And you, what was the most exciting card of the new set?
I think the bell. I think that bell that you can banish an item for, probably the most disruptive card and one of my favorites because I'm a Sapphire player. So, but right away we see a Diablo on the first drop, and then we also see a Popsicle on the other side, and he is inking a Tamatoa, Chris.
Will there be a bell? No bell.
Looks like he passed. No bell. That's not a good start. You really want a bell right there at the beginning.
Yeah, probably to intimidate the Diablo. The Diablo goes freely there for a second turn? No, for your first turn.
Yep, first lore there. Smee comes down. This is looking like classic Amethyst Steel.
Yes.
So far.
Depending on the cards we see, it might be either really aggressive Amethyst Steel, or it could be a more mid-range version of it. So on the
We
other
see
side,
the come out so he can ramp again. Yeah.
seems more like a control version of Blue Steel for Chris.
Yeah, I'm interested to see. I'm wondering if he's missing the bell. I'm wondering what else he's missing in his opening hand that he would rather play.
Most of the time, Blue Steel, for having seen at the Hunterbird Memorial tournament, they really want to start with a bell turn 1, or at least an item. So it's not the worst of the start, but definitely we want to see good follow-up.
He sees Zach there, quest for 3 with that Smee, and puts down another Smee, really applying the pressure there, trying to get the more aggro start.
Yeah, and another Smee on board means that you have a lot of questing power, and you have only a Tipo on the other side. Poor kid.
I think I'd start. I don't know if I'd attack with that Tipo just because I don't want them to draw another card off the Diablo.
I don't think it will be that relevant to attack with Tipo on the Smee. Probably on the Diablo, because limiting their questing power, their presence on board could be a thing. So yeah, that's what is done right now.
That's an extra card though, so that's an extra card that they can play next turn. We got 4 lore on board, but we got the Hiram there, so hopefully there's some items in Chris's hand so he can continue to draw more cards. Genie comes down. Genie's a rough one to get rid of.
Yes, but Blue Steel has some line of defense with then came along Zeus. They may have that possibility.
And Hiram could sing that if he needed it to.
That is very true. So it does not remove the fact that there are two SMEs on board right now that Chris needs to deal with.
And there comes the Oswald. A lot of people are holding their Oswald for a few turns. There's the bell. He inks Oswald trigger. He gets the fishbone quill.
Ooh, bing, bing, bing. We got a winner.
Now, does he crack it? No, he sings Along Comes Zeus. Perfect. I think that was the right play there.
That is amazing news. And dealing with the SME, we are trying to get on the control phase of establishing board presence, board control, and a Pete on top of that. That's huge.
It's huge to save that Oswald.
So
Let's see how Zach responds. Go ahead.
Yeah, we know that the genie could have sang a song to deal with, but it was dealt with before. Cobra is interesting, though.
Discarding the dock for the Cobra. Must have had 2 docks in his hand, I assume.
Yeah,
Gaining 2 lore off that Cobra.
Definitely, it is telling his opponent that. That's for sure.
And there it is. Questing with Smee again.
So the pressure is real at 12 against 0. Do you foresee a turn of the tide in those circumstances?
Think it's might be a little late, but I think there's still a chance depending on what cards he has in his hand. If he has Let the Storm Rage on, Strength, something to deal with, a little bit of a removal here, that could help. Other than that, I am not sure that he's going to be able to come back from this far down. Looking at the deck list now, I see he does have 4 Storms in there and 4 Strengths. This is very similar to the Zan deck. It looks like the only difference is there's an extra Maurice's Workshop and 1 less Tipo.
Probably getting more draw power than inking power. That is really fair. You want to get those answers in your hand.
There's the Workshop. Workshop is when you play an item, you can pay 1 to draw a card. He's going to quest with Hiram to draw 2 cards by discarding the Fortisphere. Looking for some answers here. I assume we'll see some Oswald triggers between the Fishbone Quill, and Chris can still ink for turn. Oh, and then Oswald goes to the bottom.
Sad rabbit. Okay, so we are in a tipping point for Amethyst Steel around the 12 to 15 lore range, where they can start just looping Goat, Giant Cobra, White Flower, White Rose, and the such.
And we haven't seen a White Rose yet. There's only 2 in this deck that we're watching right now. We do have 4 goats as expected, and 4 of the giant cobras. This is definitely the time that bounce shenanigans should start happening.
Yes, and if it is the case, it might get really dangerous for Chris. The closer we get to the 20, the more dangerous it becomes. Oh wow, what a turn, just filling out the board.
Just going wide, getting not Lorthal on board, but close to it.
Yeah, the thing is, we have possibly 2 cards that can be drawn next turn. We have 4 characters questing up to 17 if it remains the same. And it could really go easily with a goat and a giant cobra. So Chris has some work to do.
And there comes I call it the medium Tamatoa. He can bring 2 items back when he's played.
The happy Tam. Really happy to get back 2 items. We have 1 ink we can use to put an item into play.
There's the popsicle for another draw. We can also use the fishbone quill to ink again this turn and play that Fortisphere that he brought back.
Definitely. We're hoping to draw, then came along Zeus, let the storm rage on, strength of raging fire, anything to deal with the board because nothing is exerted on Zachary's side. However, a lot of the things on Zachary's side are not that tough in terms of willpower.
A lot of it can definitely be taken out with the characters he has on board now.
That
But
is true.
again, the broom is going to draw a card. If Zach plays another character, the Chernobog's followers can draw a card. So they might remove themselves anyway.
Yeah, but would you be scared more about the broom or Chernobog's follower banishing themselves or dealing with other cards?
I think I would be more worried about the banishment just because they can draw the bounce package that they want or the giant cobra.
That those are good reflexes, and it is really a stressful moment for the chat here because anything can lead to 20 out of the blue.
So we're at 15. We have 1 more that we can quest for. Here comes 4. That's looking like it is going to be either a genie or a goat, I would assume. Puts it back, though. Making a decision here. I think if I'm Zach, I'm also not very worried about Chris's board at this point. There's the genie, so you can draw a card. Does he banish the broom?
Yeah, and the broom trigger is in the bag. A moment to decide. What could
That is a
happen?
good note to keep track of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's really great communication to have at this point to be like, yeah, this happens. I believe we forwent the broom trigger in that case, and we went with another Chernobog's follower, establishing a Lorthal next turn.
Playing that Chernobog, they could then pop the broom and draw a card. So that
Is
worked out
very
really
true.
well. And the Calhoun comes down just to be sure.
a lot of options there. So Genie and Calhoun alone is a potential 20 next turn. The amount of pressure on that is there is intense. Chris has a lot of do. There's a lot of things to remove out of the plate. So we're
Questing with the Tamatoa.
Mm-hmm.
Play Lucky Dime for free. I think it's a little late for that, but hopefully he has a plan here.
Vanishing the item. So I'm wondering here the purpose of going through the Tamatoa quest instead of challenging or singing a song to at least deal with the board.
Right. I think I would have challenged with the Pete into the snake so they would have traded. That way Calhoun didn't have a target. We didn't do the Maurice's Workshop on the Lucky Dime, but we did it on the Great Stone Dragon. So we missed a draw there. I think I would have kept the Tamatoa upright, though, just in case to sing, and then along came Zeus.
That is true, but we don't know what is Chris's hand, so we only know the board as it is right now.
It was the scoop. He was searching for an answer and did not find it. So yeah, the Amethyst Steel came out a little fast for the Sapphire Steel there.
Yeah, and I think this will be probably a trend, a potential weakness for the Sapphire Steel deck. Well, thinking about the control combo one that we know with the Oswald, the Tamatoas, and so on.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if the Amethyst Steel deck this time tries to run again, or if it decides to go a little bit more mid-range and try to control, since they are now going second.
I think because Amethyst Steel, as it is right now, is a more aggressive deck than Sapphire Steel, the sooner they can get the possibility to pressure, they will take it. They will try to maintain it. But at least it gives the Blue Steel player a chance to respond with more options, more ink, and so on.
Fingers crossed for Chris that he gets the bell on turn 1 this time. That'll help him a lot.
I think that would have been at least easier to manage. Amazing. So this match here that we have, when I said it was a return of a match I've seen, we had a similar match during the Hunter Burton Memorial that I had the honor to cast.
It's awesome. That tournament is just so amazing, and all the good that they do, donating all the money and stuff to charity. That's so wonderful. I love that our community can get together and do stuff like that.
Yes, and definitely contact people, organization to organize those events. The more opportunities for the community to assemble and do good. That's what we want.
Exactly. Yep. I am a big fan of the Sapphire Steel. I started playing the Oswald's Casino, is what it was called last set, and it was just so much fun to play. And now with the new Tamato and the Bell, I'm just so happy that it is now a meta relevant deck, because before it just felt like gambling the whole time. You had to have 30 items in your deck, and it was a lot of fun last set. I wouldn't say it won a lot, but it was still a lot of fun to play. So I'm very excited that it is a meta deck this set, and it actually makes me want to play a non-meta deck now. So
Well, the deck was cool before. I don't think so right now. Just skip to the another
right.
one. I wonder if there's a deck I ever built and it gets on the meta side being really popular, will I switch to another thing? I'm just wondering.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I was a Ruby Sapphire player for a while, so then I became a Sapphire Steel player because it was not meta, and now it is meta. So I'm gonna have to figure something else out to play instead of a meta deck.
Well, you can join the aggro band. There are good vibes in there.
The Churna Dogs.
Churna Dogs? I love it so much. We have players ready for match number 2. So they've done their mulligan, and we have a quick pause right there, and we're good to go.
What do you think of the Churna Dogs deck so far this set? Do you like it? Do you not like it on your aggro side of things?
My style of aggro is I play aggro. I play. Let me restart. I play aggro as a control player would do.
Okay.
It's really strange saying like that, but the version there is right now, it's really combo-y, really glass cannon. It works. But I believe we can iterate on top of that to get to a newer version ready to challenge a big variety of decks.
One card that I think the Churna Dogs decks needs is the Emerald Chromicon. I think that would help it a lot.
You
Not to
and
give
me
away any
think the
trade
same.
secrets.
You and me think the same. And there are definitely a lot more cards that need to be considered in the mix. We have a lot of cards to work with, and people are doing that just now in those matches. There's a card I'm interested on Zachary's side is Maleficent turn 1. The 1/1 quest for 2. What do you think about this play?
I think that's a glass cannon waiting for Tipo to eat it. Is what I think. I think he'll gain the lore out of it, but after that, well, there's the bounce. Yep, that's exactly what I was about to say. As long as he bounces it, it'll be okay. But other than that, it's just gonna get eaten by Tipo. We see Chris also miss the bell again on turn 1. So let's see what he does here on turn 3. Inks a fishbone. 4 for the Hiram. Pops the popsicle. Gonna draw 2 cards here.
This is a classic in terms of lines of play. Item, ramp, harem.
Yep. I mean, that goes all the way back to the Ruby Sapphire days of Ursula's return.
That's very true. Like, there was even at a point like chapter 2, popsicle, 1 jump ahead, then Hiram.
Right.
It's a trick as hold as like the old
Lorcana
days of
itself.
Lorcana. Oh, Calhoun on the other side, plus the return of Maleficent.
The Calhoun will be interesting because it'll at least protect the Maleficent a little bit. I think I would still take out the Maleficent and forego the 2 lore from the Calhoun, but there's some work to be done here by Chris. I did talk to Chris before this game started, and
Yeah.
this is his second day playing this deck. He wanted me to be nice to not call him out on all of his misplays, but here we are.
Yeah, well, you got to make those misplays to learn. That's for sure. The amount of, if you're not making misplays, uh, you're not hurting at least a little to learn. Just like going, like doing sports and stuff like that.
You have to mess up in order to figure out what your lines are.
Yeah. So the Shield of Arendelle, that is really an interesting card, and we have Let the Storm Rage On.
Takes out that Maleficent, draws a card. I really like the Shield of Arendelle, giving that resist +1 when you banish it. I think it's a really great card.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised we don't play more of them.
Oh,
I think I would, if it was me, I would go to 2 Shield of Arendelles and take out the Great Stone Dragon. But
I could see reasons why to go that line and reasons not to. Depends what you want to do with the deck. If you want to prioritize Oswald Casno, well,
right, I think it's a very steel heavy meta, and you're going to have a lot of. And then along came Zeus, so you could protect your Tomatos a little bit better if you keep it. If you
that
add an
is
extra
very
one.
true. Like we've seen a lot of steel decks in terms of removal in Unterberton Memorial tournament, and normally there's 2 types of decks, like in terms of removal: red decks and steel decks, right? You have other possibilities to remove cards for sure, but the main 2 ones are red and steel. And red is really clean cut, chirurgical. Steel is more like rough on the field, kind of.
Rough.
Yeah, rough. So I guess the shield is really great in there. And really interesting play we've seen in Zachary's turn to answer the Hiram double challenge. So
Snake and the fox. Yeah, bounce the snake for the fox. Ink the fox to play the magic broom. So that next turn they can draw a card.
So probably Zach wants to shuffle his card options from his hand a little bit. That's my take. But I think that Chris's move on the last turn to deal with Calhoun with the then came along Zeus really hurt Zachary. So they want to rebuild in another way.
He's definitely slowing Zach down as much as he can here.
So it's really good for Chris because Chris wants to take everything under his control, his speed, and then do the big damage later on in the game.
Interesting. Leaving 3 lore or 3 ink on board here for Chris. Must not have something low hanging in his hand there. I wish we had hand cams.
Yeah, that
would be awesome.
Yeah, we'll be getting there one day. But
Plays a
definitely,
genie,
yeah.
pops the magical broom, quests with the fox, inking the white rose. Interesting that he's inking the white rose. That's definitely one of the easy ways to gain lore for Zach.
Yes, but at the same time, it does not provide enough defense against Let the Storm Rage on. Strength of Raging Fire could go easily to 2-3 damage. Genie is a good option to have board presence. On top of that, it is an evasive character, so it's really great to gain lore every turn. Unless Chris has a Then Came Along Zeus or 4 characters in the strength, there's nothing to be done.
Chris has 0 evasives in his deck, so he has to use removal for the genie.
So that is a big problem of Sapphire Steel right there. Unless you have spicy items like there's an item in Steel that allows evasive and challenger plus 2/2 a hero character. Imperial Bow. That is a card.
Yes. Yes.
Problem is, I'm not even sure there's a hero in this deck.
The Imperial Bow is very big in the Oswald's a hero. It's very big in the Kiwi Birds version. Bell is also a hero. Those are the 2 heroes, I believe.
Oh, that's true.
Oh,
That's true.
and the new Scrooge is a hero. I did not know that.
Really?
Yeah. So, and we just saw him play the Scrooge. So you can play the Scrooge for free if you exert 4 of your items. And when you play the Scrooge, you get to look at the top 4 cards of your deck, pick an item out of those top 4 cards, and then put the rest at the bottom of your deck in any order.
That is really neat. Like, seriously, if you are a Sapphire Steel player, I would consider Imperial Bow at least one in the deck.
Yeah.
If Amethyst Steel is giving you some trouble with the Genie, I guess it's good.
Right. I believe Imperial Bow is a 3-cost item, so you could always switch out your Great Stone Dragon for the Imperial Bow.
That is 2, 3. It's a 2 cost.
2 costs, even better. 2 costs, and I think you have to pay 1 to banish it, or pay 1 for the you just tap.
Activation. Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, even better. I think that's better than the Great Stone Dragon then.
That's for sure, because Sapphire Steel has no line of defense against evasive, and the Genie on the other side is running freely. And on top of that, we have a Goat and a Smee. The pressure there is it's getting out of control really quick.
Here comes the Oswald. We don't have a Fishbone Quill. We're going to quest. Hopefully we're putting down a Fishbone Quill. That would be the ideal. Maurice's Workshop works as well. We can draw. Try to find that Fishbone Quill.
We're not in hot water yet for Chris. However, I would consider some removal soon if possible. We're trying to look for it, my guess.
So now you can pay 1 for each Maurice's Workshop if he wanted to. He does it on the first one. He's going to do it on the second one. We're going to draw a bunch of cards right here. We can still ink this turn and trigger Oswald. If the Tamatoa lives, then any items he pulled into his hand, he can play those for free next turn.
So there's another interesting choice for Zachary there. Let the Storm Rage on the Fox.
Trying to keep the Scrooge and Tamatoa a little bit safer.
Slightly, but we still
The
have
goat
a
can
Shield
still
of
pick it up.
Aaron down, right?
Right. We could remove the shield to give the Tamatoa resist or the Scrooge resist. We're inking a Fishbone. Oswald trigger, we get the Fishbone. That'll be good for next turn.
Definitely. Going to the casino twice feels good. And we have 2 triggers from the workshops.
Popsicle to draw a card instead.
Mm-hmm.
But we are out of ink, so we can't trigger the workshops this time. Looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 items in play. And here comes the bell. Banishing the force sphere.
And do we have anything else? I don't believe so, because we're
We are at 8 ink, so we could go to 10 next turn with the Fishbone Quill and inking regularly. If we can quest with the Tamatoa, we can play a dime for free and then get 8 lore out of a big Tamatoa. Definitely gets Chris back into the game, but doesn't stop goat bouncing shenanigans like is happening right now. There's 2 lore off the goat right there.
going up to 16. That is really dangerous. We need to deal with the genie at once if we ever want to have a chance. Two cards in hand for Zach. It means that any goat, goat is not insta win, but giant cobra is insta win. If there is enough character remaining on board, so that is the moment I really stress when I see this, honestly.
It's the free popsicle. So Chris is now at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 items. If he can play the big Tamatoa and has a dime in his hand, he would be able to quest for 10. And then there is 7 on the board there, so it's not enough.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 items. We're questing with the Tamatoa.
Play an item for free. It's going to be the lucky dime. 9 items. Here's 8 for the big Tamatoa.
So 9 items. Tamatoa could do 10?
Yep, Tamatoa would be 10, plus Scrooge is 11. Oswald is another 2, that's 13. Bell is another 1, that's 14. Tipo is another 1, that's 15. One shy.
Oh, okay. If we can't win, we need to control.
He really needed that last Oswald trigger to be a item.
That would have been a win, that's for sure. There's a fishbone quill on there, right? Or somewhere, if I'm not mistaken. It's hard to see. No, it's the Shield of Arendelle that's underneath.
Yeah, I believe that's the Shield of Arendelle.
Yeah. So we have Lucky Dime, Fishbone Quill, Shield of Arendelle, Fortis Sphere, 1 time, 2 Workshop, and some items meaning Popsicle at the right.
There's the Zeus for the genie.
Okay, that's a good start.
I'll probably into the Smee here. Hoping that he doesn't have a giant cobra in his hand. Quest out with the rest. And 2 for the lucky dime for the Tamatoa. All right, we're gonna see if Zach has the bounce in his hand or the giant cobra.
Yeah, so probably 6 cards, 10 cards for a win out of it's out of 1 out of 5 right there.
Yeah, he's got 6 ink. He can ink. Yep. Oh, doesn't have it.
But we're getting 2 new
We got
cards.
2 new cards.
Drum roll.
Hanging on by the edge of my seat here.
Seriously, I want to know, what are those cards? I guess the audience wants to know that. What are those cards? So we know
Sinking.
We've already inked this turn.
The only removal we have in the Amethyst Steel deck would be the Strength of Raging Fire. And we got a bounce. That only goes to 19. Chris takes this second game. All right. So that worked out pretty well for Chris there.
Yeah.
Definitely got lucky. Could have got a little bit luckier with another Oswald item and just finished it in that last turn, but had to hope and cross his fingers there.
Exactly. They got me nervous both, to be honest. Like,
I feel playing the Sapphire Steel Oswald deck, you're always nervous. You're always gambling. You never know what's actually going to happen. You're just fingers crossed every time you flip a card.
how do you manage the stress?
It's a lot. It's a lot of triggers. You got to keep a lot straight. It's definitely not the easiest deck in the world to play, but it's a lot of fun to play it.
Like, how much space do you need to organize your cards? That is one of the main questions we had at Unterburnham Memorial.
You really got to learn how to stack your items, I feel, because otherwise they just take over and you have no idea what's going on.
I've seen some fields, trust me. And I think you did too.
Sometimes you get lucky and you can play multiple Oswalds at the same time. Then it's really a gamble. It's really fun.
Wow. The adrenaline you can get out of it, I guess it's worth it, right?
Yeah, it definitely makes it exciting. I was playing a game at our regular league and I had 6 ink, so I was able to play 3 Oswalds in one turn because apparently I had them all in my hand, right? And I also had a Fishbone Quill out, so I was able to ink and Fishbone Quill and got 6 Oswald triggers, and I was like, oh boy, we're just going to filter through this deck right now. And I think Oswald is such a key part of this deck because it filters for you. You're using Oswald so often that it puts all the stuff you need late game down to the bottom of the deck when you want it.
That is true because the items have minimal impact at the end of the game, right? Most of
Right,
them.
yeah, you're just at the end, it's just if you get extra items, you just kind of win more with Tamatoa then.
That is true.
So
And there's a thing also with Oswald. When you miss, when you whiff with Oswald, you're not losing a card. Yes, you're not getting that card on your hand next turn. That's a thing, yes, but
right.
you're not losing. So
see the
people,
Chatterbox followers first.
yeah, a good start there. Especially against a Sapphire Steel, because even if there's a bell next turn, you can just quest, banish, get your investment back.
Right, yeah, you're not actually. There it is. He finally got the bell on turn 1.
Okay, this will be interesting. Let's see how it goes for the bell. Turn 1.
It seems like they both got a good start here, so this should be kind of what we would expect out of these two decks, and probably going to be the best game we've seen so far.
That is true. So depending of the follow-ups for each of them, it will be really interesting how the game will shape up.
Quest and banish first, which is always the smart thing to do. Always draw cards before you play cards. 2 for Smee.
Smee is a
Just
good
putting the
answer.
pressure on.
Well, it is good and not so much at the same time. Because if you quest with it, Bell can just sing Let the Storm Rage On, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, even if you don't quest with it, Bell can still do that, and then you're kind of stuck only getting one quest out of it. And they drew a card.
That is true.
Ooh.
Probably next turn, having Calhoun will be a really good thing for Zachary to set up a quest and bait situation.
The second Bell comes out.
Ooh.
It's good and it's bad. It's good because it's stopping the aggro of Zach's deck, but it's bad because he also lost out on some ramp here.
That is true, but it depends on the cards in Chris's hand. If there's a Fishbone Quill, we might go on a turn 3 ramp line instead of turn 2. It might be better, though, to counteract the pressure Zachary's trying to establish on the board.
I think it'll be interesting to see if he takes out the Smee here, which I think he should. Yep, there's Let the Storm Rage On. That works out. Draws a card.
Yeah, and in the cleanest way possible.
White Rose is a 3/3 as well. There's the Fishbone Quill. Yeah, I think this is going really well for Chris.
Yeah. And what is neat about this plan with the Fishbone Quill, we're at 4 ink for Chris. Next turn we could go to 5 and 6, play the Happy Tamatoa, and get the 2 Popsicle back. That is perfect.
That's really good, yeah.
And I think it could go to Chris's favor if that ever happens.
I think we'll trade the White Rose for a Bell here. Chris will at least trade a Bell for the White Rose if Zach doesn't. Draws a card off a Genie.
So Genie is also a clock because it is hard to deal with the 2 bells in play unless we get 2 other characters, but that will be another type of plan than the Happy Tamatoa one. So
Yeah, and we already inked a Strength, so we know one of those are gone.
Oh, that is true. So it is a good time to play Genie there. That's for sure.
That was probably the best move Zach could have done.
Yeah, and we've seen last game.
Yeah.
The power of the Genie last game was huge.
Fishboning a card. Inking a Fishbone. Here comes that Tamatoa. Happy Tommy. Both popsicles are back.
Yeah. I feel that we're getting better at predicting those decks lines at this point.
Questing with both bells. Counteract at least the Genie's quest here. Genie's gonna quest. Are we gonna bounce the Genie? I don't know. Giant Cobra. Discarding a card to gain 2 lore.
Oh, Calhoun.
Ooh, Calhoun. I don't know if I would have discarded Calhoun. I don't know what else is in his hand, but Calhoun is always a threat whenever it's on the board.
Yeah. At the same time, with that exact board on the other side, Calhoun would have been a one and done.
Right.
A good one, a one and done. I'm not saying the opposite, but we have.
Oh, we have 2. We have 2. All right. We're okay with that now.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm just happy we're in a game 3 here. This is exciting.
That is huge.
Offers
Both
up the
players
White
are.
Rose.
Yeah. Both players are getting their A game right now.
All right, so we know we can at least play 1 item for free. Ideally, that item would be a dime.
Yes
If we
and
don't have a
no.
dime, we do have 2 popsicles that we can play first to try to find a dime.
Yes and no. We're at 6 ink right now. So having a dime on, by my perspective, would mean like getting 2 lore more a turn.
Yeah, and I mean, you kind of chip away at it. It's a different way to play the Sapphire Steel. You just got to be careful of things like Benja, but you also have 3 of them typically in this Sapphire Steel deck. So if one gets Benja, you're kind of okay with it.
Yeah, I
Because
think you mean Amethyst Steel. The Benja.
yeah,
Yeah.
and Steel has Benja. Yeah, correct. Thanks. But you're kind of okay with it getting Benja'd on the Sapphire Steel side because you can find more of them. You have 2 more in your deck. It's not like you're looking for like the old style where you only had 2 of them. You now have 3. You have a little bit better chance. Play a little bit more risky.
But this is definitely a good consistency in the in Sapphire Steel.
4 for a Hiram. Popping a popsicle, drawing 2 cards. Yeah, I think Chris is in a really good spot right now. 7 ink. A lot of characters on board. Questing. What are we playing for free here? Maurice's Workshop.
That is all the ink is exerted right now.
Bell takes out the White Rose. I think right now what Chris is doing is trying to find an answer for that Genie.
That is main priority because the rest of the board can be dealt with one way or another. So yeah, I think Genie or any evasive threat will be really hard for a Sapphire Steel deck. So other options are really welcome in that case.
Now, if you're Zach here, do you take out the Tamatoa with the giant Cobra and the Calhoun?
I would
Or do you
try
just quest?
to. We know we have Strength of Raging Fire, so there's a possibility to just
Bounce the giant Cobra back.
yeah. And we can deal with the Tamatoa.
With the Fox and the Calhoun.
Going up to 14, that means 3 turns more with the Genie. Amazing.
So Zach's got 4 lore on board, depending on what Chris does here. Also has that giant cobra in his hand, so could get another 2 from that and close out the game. So Chris really needs to do something on this turn to take out the genie or the Calhoun, preferably the genie.
Yes. The giant cobra is a hidden known menace. So the Scrooge McDuck into play, probably trying to find an answer or something.
Played the Scrooge, but didn't search for the. Did he search for an item? Did I miss that? I don't think he did.
Yeah. Play another item. Draw a card.
The other option is to keep strength on the genie. There it is. Perfect. Good move by Chris there.
Yeah, that definitely gives some breathing air.
Quest with the Hiram, pop a popsicle to draw 2 cards. He exerted his Fishbone Quill to play the Scrooge, so that is not available to him. I believe he can, he can still ink. Play either a Fortisphere or a Popsicle if he has it. He does not. He's going to pass, I believe. So let's see what Zach does here. I think definitely has the Giant Cobra. That's 2 lore. Can get 2 lore from the Calhoun against the Bell, challenging the Bell.
Going to 18. If there's a, we have 5 ink though, so
we don't have enough to do anything after that. Yeah, I kind of stall out there at 18, which is good for Chris because then Zach is top decking.
Oh my, I could see either one of those players going to 19 just short. Or like 18, 19 and not be able to cross the finish line. And I don't know which player it will be, but I think it will be a really close finish.
I think the issue for Chris right now is he didn't get an Oswald off to get a bunch of free items, but he can play at least one for the Tamatoa, which could be a dime. But then Big Tamatoa only quests for 6, which is still not enough.
Yeah.
Puts him at 17 and then hopes Zach doesn't top deck anything that he needs.
So, do you think
Probably a little less because I'll have to take out the Cobra.
Do you think having a Oswald in that 3rd game would have been like game changing?
Yeah, it could really swing things, that Oswald. Oh, interesting.
Oh.
Questing for 1, bringing the Calhoun back, putting the Calhoun back down, keeping a Fox there.
Oh, a really interesting plan.
Yeah, that's potentially 3 lore on board, plus the giant Cobra that's in his hand. So Chris has to be careful about what he turns sideways here in this next one if he doesn't take one of those 2 characters out.
Ooh, okay, that is nerve-wracking. It's starting to be really interesting there, and the clock is ticking.
Well, we are getting close to turns. There it is.
Ooh.
Along came Zeus on the Calhoun. Buys Chris 1 more turn. Another Scrooge. Looking at the top 4. So now I believe Chris is searching for that lucky dime. Finds a Maurice's workshop.
We could get there, not this turn, probably next turn.
Yeah.
But this is what we want. We want to have enough resources to play Big Tamatoa, have a free dime, and just win on the same turn. So we're preparing the field since 2 turns back.
So he played the Maurice's workshop, paid 1 to draw, paying 8 for the Big Tamatoa. Bell to sing Strength on the Fox.
Ooh.
That was really good.
I think that
Really good move
closes
there.
it right there.
He's got 9 ink. So what does he have on board here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So he's at 11. He needs to play 1 more item.
Yeah. Oh.
Benja takes out. Okay, he needs to play 2 more items.
Or dime. Dime does it.
Dime does it. Ink and a dime would do real well here. Oh, he's at 9. He can just dime by itself, yeah.
Morris's workshop. Okay, that's a good start.
Nice one. He's digging again.
Okay,
Really looking for that dime.
Yeah. So we know from the cards in Chris's hands, dime is the go-to.
Order Sphere, draws a card. Oh boy.
Are we getting there or not?
1, 2, 3. He's 1 short right now. He's going to be at 19. He'll pull a popsicle back, I believe. He should at least, because Tamatoa requested.
Yeah.
So he can pull that back for free.
But even though anything can happen, do you believe that Zach can turn the
Man.
tide?
What can Zach do here?
We are on turn 1, I believe.
100 quests for 2.
Going to 19.
19. Chris has the diamond wins. Man, that was so close.
I knew it was going to be a close one. That's for sure. Wow.
They both had really good starts. I'm interested to see what Chris's thoughts were on that last game. Was he... All right, let's go to some interviews.
Oh, amazing games. Wow, I'm impressed.
It was a real close one down to the end there.
It really was.
Chris,
Yeah,
did you think you had it the whole time, or what were
No,
your thoughts
no,
going through
no,
that last game?
I knew I was gaining tempo, but I didn't think I had it the whole time. I kept noticing, like, after making plays, I noticed I missed triggers or missed plays. Like, it was definitely a struggle for me, like, the whole time. It felt like a bit of an uphill battle. I just got really lucky in game 3 and drew a lot of kill spells. Like, yeah.
You did really good there. I noticed you missed one Scrooge there that you
Yep.
could have filtered the top 4. I think you did it because you were looking for more of those spells to take out some of his characters. But um, was there anything you were looking for there at the end, that last turn before Zach went to 19? Was it the dime, or were you looking for something else? Anything else, I guess?
Um, so I just mathed a little bit wrong there, and I didn't realize that it was going to put me at 19. And if I would have known that, I would have dug a little bit deeper to try to get the one more item to go to 20. So,
Gotcha.
but
Gotcha.
yeah,
Zach,
I ended up
what were
getting
your
lucky.
thoughts on those games?
Oh, it was tough. Definitely tough to lose. I mean, that deck is very, very good, and it just goes from nothing to a lot. It's really rough. I was at 19 both games, even the last game where I just did it just to do it. But yeah, I was one-off lethal both times. Yeah, there's a lot of kill spells. Yeah, a lot of kill spells. Realistically, he didn't really down combo me. Oh, he kind of down combo me game 2, but I still had an extra turn. Yeah. Yeah, game 2, my ink was very unfortunate because I had to like keep inking my 1-drops. My hand was like Doc, Calhoun, something else. So it wasn't, it was just a bunch of uninkables. And that third game, he went turn 1 bell, turn 2 bell, into like Fishbone, 6-drop Tamatoa to add back the 2 items. So yeah, that's like, yeah. Very, very tough to beat that curve. I mean, I really want to play that blue steel deck, so yeah, it's a good deck.
And those games were nerve-wracking. Like, I couldn't tell which one of you was about to win. So impressive gameplays out there. I have a couple questions. So I'll start with game 3 because those starts were amazing. I believe that you had the best starts on each side. So you knew from the 2 previous games what you wanted to have in your first hand, and was it everything that you hoped for, or were you what you were trying to get to deal with the opponent?
For me,
sorry.
No, you're good. For me, I knew I wanted the bell. The only thing that I would have preferred is probably a 2-drop instead of a second bell on 2. But having the quill was really nice after. The unfortunate part there was when I used the quill, I pitched my Zeus, and then he immediately plays the genie, and I'm like, oh no, I misplayed there. But then I was able just to ramp into the Tamatoa, which carried me through, and then I was able to eventually find a strength later to deal with the genie. So I kind of got lucky on that end.
Yeah, you can tell that. Yeah. Wow, it must have been like intense, that decision point and the consequences of it.
Yeah, yeah, it was nerve-wracking for sure. But yeah, because the songs that I had were just like Storm, and he quested, and he played Smee after, so I didn't really have any targets for it, so I just held it for him to quest with the Shmee, and then deal with it once it had already had the 2 damage or 1 damage on it. Yeah.
Yeah. Really interesting. And you, Zach, what was your hand at the beginning of round 3 everything that you hoped for?
Not really. I probably should have mulliganed 1 more card. It had a curve, which, the curve was all right. I had cards to draw and see. Was going into Genie. I think it was Followers. Turn 2 was Smee. Turn 3 was Rose, but I don't think I kept the Rose. I ended up drawing that. And I had Genie. So it was all right. I probably could have sent 1 more card back, to be honest, but Yeah, I think there was a line game too where I inked the Cobra and played a goat. Or it might have been better for me to play the Cobra, discard a card, and then bounce the Cobra the next turn. But it's always tough when it comes down to these close games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is true. And you had really tough decisions both in those games. Dakota, do you have other questions for our players?
I think you guys both did great. I don't have any other questions for you. I think you guys just both did amazing. Very entertaining games for us to cast. We really appreciate that. And I'm sure all the viewers also appreciate these great games, especially coming down to 19-20 in the last game. We love seeing a game 3. So thank you both for that.
Yep. It was fun. Thank you, guys.
Hey, yeah. Thanks for hosting. Thanks for being a chill opponent. Take
Yeah,
care.
you too, man.
Yeah. GG's.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay. Shout out House of Cards in the Greensboro area, and the Team Ohana. Thanks for putting me in, guys. It was fun.
Yep. I'll shout out Team Portal and my lovely wife Micah, and my buddies back home in Connecticut and Western Mass.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Zachary. It has been a pleasure to have you both. We will be preparing for the next round. And Dakota, is there anything you want to give a shout out for?
Give a shout out to the podcast team, Legends of the Inkwell. You can check us out on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And always thank you to the ICL for letting us cast. And thank you for being such a wonderful castmate. I really appreciate it. And I am not worthy to be in your honor here. So thank you for that.
Well, all my pleasure. And if you want to find more about me, you can find me at anything Questing Queen TCG online, mostly on Twitch, Instagram right now. Trying to maybe someday put something on YouTube, but most of my time right now I am doing events like the ICL. So thank you so much, the ICL team, for providing that opportunity. And I want to give a shout out to the 20 Lore Pro team with their events, and you can catch me on the CCS this weekend. I'll be covering the events with Katie. So here again, it has been a pleasure to have a co-host like you, Dakota. Like, it has been amazing. I want to do that in the future too. So we'll be
Definitely
going
do it
into
again.
round. Yeah, that's for sure. We'll be going into round 3 very soon.
And let's go. What an incredible game 2. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that, right? Like 1919, game 3 to lead us up into the game 3. Incredible. Fantastic. Doesn't get better than that.
Yeah, Breezy, you're absolutely right. I mean, as close as it can get, right? I mean, there's some top decks that could have gone either way, and a game 3, and looking forward to watching another great match here for number 3.
Fantastic stuff. I mean, this game determines the matchup today, and there's some spice in these deck lists. Let me tell you, looking at these lists, I don't want to give it away too soon, but as I'm reading through the lines, I'm seeing the vision of some of these players they're cooking with, and this is going to be a very, very interesting game. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. I looked at these lists, and like you said, I don't want to give it away out of the gate, but there's definitely some spice to be had. And one thing of note, as far as colors, Steel has been in every deck of these 6 decks here tonight. So don't leave
Absolutely.
home without it.
Yeah, you're right, Shane. It's just we discussed it in the pre-show as we started off with Garrick. Steel is just one of those ink colors that just has everything you need in the sense of removal. Because not only the removal tools are so damage dealing and so powerful, they're mostly songs. So you most of the time just play it for free, and we've seen it come up super clutch in these last games so far.
Yeah, for any players that weren't familiar coming in, how good any card that says the word free on it, I think it's been made very apparent here in set 7 with things like Bell, and honestly, with a card we might be seeing here a little bit sooner.
I mean, as we see it right here, we got the Sapphire Steel ultimate opening in Bell. However, this doesn't really give away what Sapphire Steel deck variant that we're going to see in this matchup, because there's so many variants that have been emerging from this set 7 format. It's very fascinating to see what kind of Sapphire Steel we're going to see RJ bring tonight.
You're absolutely right. So I'm going to be playing in a local event here tomorrow, and if my opponent opens Ink Pops or Ink Fortisphere, what happens the rest of the game, you really have no idea.
Right.
They could be playing a Smee on 2. They could be playing a Sail on 2. We'll have to wait and see here.
Absolutely.
We have the battle of the Jays here, by the way. RJ versus DJ.
So one of them is going to bring the W to that J house. And it's going to be very fascinating as we ink the Strain of Raging Fire. Incredible removal tool, and we're just passing it away. Missing that 1 drop is very unfortunate.
So we do have Sapphire Steel against Amber Steel. And Amber Steel with no 1 drop, you definitely want the 1 drop in most scenarios.
Absolutely.
But like I said, what happens on turn 2? It can be anything. Well, it's Mr. Smee. So that clues you in, if you're a DJ, that you're playing against a Sapphire Steel deck that's a little more on the aggressive side.
It's going to go a little bit lower to the ground. It's going to get to 20 a little bit faster, unlike those item casinos that we've been seeing pop up everywhere. So it's definitely one of those cards. And we see the 1 drop Cinderella, which is a little bit unfortunate. And then we're getting into that brand new card that I'm a big fan of at the Troubadour.
Yeah, the Troubadour hits play, and we're back to RJ. But you notice he inks Cinderella on 2. I think he may have had the option to play that Cinderella on 1 and just chose not to in the face of the Bell. And I think that might be the right decision. And now we have a Pete. That's every Steel song's worst nightmare.
Absolutely. Now you locked basically about 17 of your cards in your hand, just forever not used for this turn, and it's not going to feel that great as you have to answer this aggressive board that's going to get to 20 a lot faster than you can at this rate. And we're getting to the 3 ink. We can't play action, so we're just going to have to get a little bit louder here. Hope we can stop the bleeding, and we're playing that upside down Pete, meaning stop. You can't play actions this turn either. So it's Pete on Pete action here today.
I'm guilty of this as well. Every player has probably run into playing a spell into Pete by accident. So it's always nice to have that visual reminder on board. And here we see Mulan from RJ. That's not a card that every Sapphire Steel deck is playing. So playing some unique cards here, and now he gets to loot, as they call it, draw a card and discard a card. He's going to get rid of that Let the Storm Rage On. Let the Storm Rage On not looking too effective on this board.
Definitely not being able to get rid of any characters. The draw might feel good, but it's fine to filter out. And it's very interesting that you mentioned that, because this Sapphire Steel list is running not only the Mulan as a filter option, it's also running the Simba, the 1 drop as well. So when you have 7 of these cards, that usually tells you that we're trying to filter to find specific tools to get our win here.
Definitely. So lots of loots to be had. And from RJ's perspective, choosing not to quest, perhaps fearing Rapunzel on the other side.
Yeah, the turn 4, you don't want to give your opponent to draw 3 cards, considering you have 3 3s everywhere. It's just screaming to get that draw in. And we're gonna sing Storm Rage On, getting rid of that Smee big 2-lord gainer, getting rid of the big problem early is definitely a good sign. Making sure your opponent doesn't go to get to that lore per turn super fast at 20.
So yeah, it's not a surprise that we're going to see some songs, I believe, on both sides over these next couple turns because of those Petes that were locked out for a turn cycle. And now we have Troubadour as an option as well. And for anyone who might be unfamiliar, Troubadour is a new card from set 7. It is a hybrid Amber Steel card, 1/3, Singer 4. And it has resist 1. That's a key piece of the puzzle as well.
Another key piece of this card over the Vanessa, the other Singer 4 that has actually 4 health on it, is that it has an ally characteristic, which is very, very crucial in this brand new Steel song, because it plays one of my favorite cards from the set, which is Miss Bianca, that allows the songs to be a little bit cheaper, a little bit freer, to make sure your 17 songs are essentially can be sung and played for everybody and everything in your deck.
Yeah, it's always fun to examine new cards that care about character types, because that can unlock previous characters that maybe didn't see a lot of play. And it turns out there's a lot of allies in both Steel and Amber to utilize with the new
Definitely.
cards.
It's so fascinating because this matchup could go down to how many allies we see in this match, because don't want to do too much spoiling, but RJ's deck does have cards that allies are going to matter, so keep an eye on that. It's very, very fascinating. It's very, very spicy, so I'm looking forward to see what the power of allies can do in this matchup.
I hope we see it. And as I mentioned, we're seeing a flurry of songs here. Strength of a Raging Fire on both sides, and one of these players will eventually gain the tempo advantage. RJ is a little low on cards right now with just 2. Can't quite tell how many DJ has currently, but then he has things like Daisy on the board. Does he want to quest with that and potentially give RJ an additional card? And he's thinking about it.
He's gonna do it. I mean, we have to catch up a little bit here. Oh no, we're swinging into
my
it.
Apologies. So
we got
here we have the Rapunzel. Exactly.
Draw 3. Nothing feels better than draw 3 with that Rapunzel. It feels like first day of school. It feels like a kid in a candy shop, because you got 3 cards in your hand. Now you can sing away your songs you just drew, get rid of more problems, and just start getting ahead. And that's what Amber Steel song variant wants to do. I mean, usually when you see Sapphire Steel against your matchup as a Amber Steel player, you're not feeling that great, because they want to ramp up, get to late game, and beat you down later. But this variant is a little bit lower to the ground, so you feel a little bit better. A lot of your cards can remove most of your cards from your opponent's cards, and we're seeing that right now with Stranger of Raging Fires over and over and over again.
Yeah, DJ now just has a tremendous amount of card advantage with that Rapunzel, the Daisy Duck into the Bell choosing to sing. And now we get in some additional lore for DJ. So RJ might be ahead in the lore total right now, but as far as board presence, DJ looking strong.
It's not looking too well for RJ here, especially with how little cards he has in his hand. Hoping to find some sort of draw power to kind of being able to get wider. Hope you don't get your board song out of the game and get a little bit too behind, because once your aggressive strategy gets behind, it might be a little too late later down the road. And we're going to let the Storm Rage on into the Smee to get rid of the Smee as well, and draw a card, find something to do, get a little bit deeper into your deck, and hope you get some characters to play through.
Yeah, this Mulan 2/1 body not looking very formidable on this board.
Definitely not. No answers to get rid of anything. Daisy's too big.
And here's the problem: you got to sing with that Bell, but what if there's another Rapunzel? I mean,
oh no, that's the energy we. I mean, that now you kind of solve that problem with that big Pluto being 5/5 right now with no damage. But unfortunately, there's a lot of songs that can just ping that Pluto and get rid of it right away.
All right, back to DJ. He's got 4 characters. I like this little diamond shape he's got going on with this.
It's a little formation. I like that. And then Miss Bianca on play. We got 2 allies. Things are gonna get really, really, really cheap for songs here. Playing Zeus onto that Pluto. Oh wow! And now all the problems are taken care of here.
Now we don't see Daisy challenge very often. it could challenge into this Milan just to take a character off the board.
Just get rid of it. I mean, might as well. Or we can just say, hey, I know you're supposed to go fast, but guess what? I'm going to go faster than you, and you have no answers because that's not where your deck's built for. And that's exactly what might... Oh, no, we're just getting rid of that Mulan, which is, again, now with one card in hand and a Bell on board. Shane, is it looking a little rough?
Yeah, for RJ, I mean, there's not a whole lot of cards you can draw at this point to get you out of this situation. But that challenge with Daisy, I like that decision because, like I said, RJ's so behind on cards. Why give him an opportunity to potentially draw another card? And sure, the Daisy's down now because it had that 2 damage on it. That probably was one of the better cards for RJ to draw that let the Storm Rage on into the Fortisphere. So he's going to have to chain a couple things here together.
Getting a little bit of options, filtering through, looking for answers to get rid of this wide and scary looking board. And he finds a dock. That's exactly what he needs here to get a little bit deeper, because most of his cards are cheap. So he doesn't really need to ink up anymore. So everything in his hand is playable at this point to just get through and push forward.
Yeah, considering he started the turn, I believe, with 2 cards, and we've added 3 permanents to the board, and now we still have those 2 cards remaining.
No ink left. Are we going to ink a card to get to 5, or are we just going to hold on to what we got? Because we need to be able to answer the Amber Steel board, and unfortunately, other than Bell, we don't have a lot of strength here to get rid of specifically Rapunzel with that 1/5. I mean, it's just the big numbers on that. Is going to get really difficult. And Miss Bianca, not only the ability is really strong, I'm going to shill Miss Bianca to everybody today and tonight, all game long, but it's a 5/5 too. So it's a big, strong body. And as we see here, we're just going to be able to draw 3 again and just cycle back in and get really ahead, because we're just going to draw a bunch of songs alongside with everything we get into.
Yeah, when you draw 3 off the first Rapunzel, usually the second one isn't too far behind, and they just chain together like this. And if you're RJ, it's really tough to come back from this position.
Looking very grim. Yeah, I believe this might be a very quick matchup here in the first game. 2 Rapunzels drawing 6 cards is just something that not a lot of decks can get over with only 2 cards in hand. So things are going to get really grim very soon.
And there's so many blue steel or sapphire steel variants currently. And from what I can tell, it seems like most, if not all of them, struggle against specifically Amber Steel.
Yes.
So if you're an Amber Steel player, you got to be pretty excited that people are calling this a sapphire meta. I think it's a steel meta. We're seeing steel.
Absolutely,
left and right.
Steel is everywhere. I mean, Emerald Steel is available. Amethyst Steel is available. They're very strong, and they can outplay a lot of these sapphire steel options.
So RJ has a Pluto hit the board.
Not bodyguarded here. I'm assuming he said no, thank you. I don't want to get that challenged off with so many cards in his hand. It's just really difficult to get rid of a wide board state when your goal as an aggressive deck to go wide yourself, and your opponent just says stop. You can't do that every single time, and it's kind of been the story of the game here. And we just played a P, just getting rid of all your outs to this impressive board, and another Daisy to just kind of seal the game away here. I feels like there's so many.
Turns out when 2 Rapunzels draw 6 cards, the third one is right behind. But who needs that when you have this much pressure on the board?
Yeah, I mean, we're just gonna quest with the 1 Daisy, and just that there's not much we can do really.
I mean, RJ draws a dock. That's nice, but it's too little, too late.
You got to get rid of everything, and it's not gonna happen. Oh wow!
We're gonna have 7 new cards here pretty soon, but
with no actions, this is the time to peat up too. I mean, now you're just like, yeah, there's 7 cards in your hand, but you can't get rid of anything that I'm gonna have in play.
Yeah, I don't believe RJ has any rush characters, so there's going to be really, even though you're giving him several new cards, those cards aren't going to be able to interact in this situation because that T was
Absolutely.
deployed.
And then we just played a Neverland, which is one of the most interesting additions to this Amber Steel here, with just basically saying, you play Bell, I'm not worried about it. I'm gaining my lore regardless. And I think it's a very, very fascinating addition to this, what I think is one of the most consistent decks throughout the history of this game, not only just this format.
Yeah, that'll do it. DJ, the zoologist, takes down game 1 for Team Ohana. Team Ohana going for the sweep, actually. Chris took it down last round, and Matthew in round 1. Trying
Team
to go
Ohana
a clean
is here to
3-0
play.
on this Friday evening.
It's very, very exciting. Amber Steel just taking game 1, basically out curving and getting those Rapunzels as the highlights of the game to just maintain card advantage, maintain board state advantage, and just basically bulldoze through the opponent.
I'm just noticing this figurine on DJ's side of things. Is that Hades on top of the Hades mat?
It is a Hades on Hades situation. There's a Hercules outside looking in as well.
See, this is confusing because he's not playing Sapphire, but he's the Hades super fan, it looks like.
It's a mind game. You see the playmat, you see the Funko, you're just like, oh, okay, yeah, it has to be Sapphire. No, you're wrong. Mind game 1. I'm already ahead. You think I was going to play Sapphire. You mulligan for Sapphire. Now it's too late. I'm going to win this game. This is just extra mind games you got to do to get that W.
Yeah, locally I'm known as a bit of a Sapphire Ruby player, and somebody gifted me some blue dice with some red dots on it. And they look nice, but the past couple weeks at locals, let's just say I haven't played blue red, so maybe.
Oh no, you're throwing people off. They're like, "What do you mean? You brought the dice?" It's okay. I sometimes you gotta come up with like these. That you gotta bring your blue deck box and like red dice and just play Amber Steel, just to confuse everyone. And sometimes that's all it takes. Sometimes that's all it takes to get that extra win to get to the top 8.
RJ hasn't. They're both playing the mind games because RJ has an Amber card on his playmat, and he's not playing Amber. So
they're actually reversed.
Yeah. All right. So RJ's looking at his alter decision right now, as are both players. And honestly, I think this is one of the key pieces of any game. Now, we can't quite see exactly what decisions they're making. But if I was interacting with a newer player to Lorcana, I would say you want to focus on these decisions. And if you're losing games, consult some local players and try and run by them what you're deciding at this moment of the game. I know we haven't played a turn of Lorcana yet, but I think some games can be won or lost with these decisions.
Oh, absolutely. That extra knowledge of matchup and understanding and knowing what your deck has and what you've put to counter certain decks that are in the format is what makes extra wins happen in a lot of these tournaments. Playing the field is so important, and knowing exactly what you're altering is just part of that game. A lot of people say this is, like you said, what wins you a lot of these games in certain matchups. You're just looking for certain cards, and when you find them, you feel like an incredibly smart genius, and you win the game, and you feel fantastic afterwards. So the alter phase of this game is almost as important as actually playing the game.
I 100% agree with you. And usually if somebody's telling me a bad beat story about how the game didn't go quite right for them, I always ask them, okay, how many did you send back?
Right. And they always say like one or two.
Yeah. If it's a low number, I'm like, okay, we probably made an error there.
We found the mistake
just
right here.
Yeah.
Just we all have those friends that give you that bad beat story, and like you would know exactly where the mistake was made. And most of the times, like you said, it's the altering. It's just like, yeah, I altered only 2 because I thought I had this. It was like, well, you didn't counter your opponent. You wanted to play your script, and sometimes the script that you have in your hand is not going to really go well against a certain matchup that you might not be used to, or just have a little bit less percentage. And that's why you add into those extra additions. Like I know in Amber Steel specifically, we have seen the rise of the Greatest Criminal Mind because of those big bodies that are just entering the new format here with the crabs that just wins you the game on the spot. So having those removal tools, extra addition, and evolving the deck is just so crucial. And learning when to use that, when to alter it, it just makes those small decisions in this game so important. And you do it in the first thing you do in a game, and that just breaks sometimes. And we might see it here mattering. And we draw.
All right, so RJ in game 1 started with item into Bell. He's going to do the same thing on the play here in game 2. That's his best possible start. But as we saw, it wasn't good enough when all was said and done in game 1.
Yeah. You think we don't see the Cinderella again because of that fear of let the storm rage on, because that's just a huge disadvantage, getting your Cinderella banished and giving your opponent an extra card.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's very contextual based on the rest of your hand, but as we see, no one drop here from DJ. So while he may have had the option for Cinderella, if he did, he chose not to play it once again. So and RJ repeating the script here with the turn 2 Smee. If you remember, RJ went 1, 2, 3 with Pete on turn 3, which is an excellent start, and then kind of the rest of the game went off the rails.
Yeah, the wheels kind of fell off. His opponent was able to kind of find all the answers that they did. Daisy into Rapunzel to draw 3 was just a really backbreaking situation there. But as we basically are reliving game 1 here.
We see the Troubadour, that Singer 4, 1/3 resist. Where do you stand on Ursula, that's the 1/4 Singer 4, versus this Troubadour card? And like you said, it is an ally, so that does matter.
I'm a big Miss Bianca fan in this format. I'm a huge fan of that card, and just purely because of that reason, I think you play this over the Ursula, because you want that for 2 cheaper songs, making sure you can basically play any of your songs from basically anyone. And I think that's crucial in this, because you need to answer so many different threats at all times. Having most of your cards be able to sing all your threat answers is just so powerful in my head. And it's just needed. And not only for with the resist, you kind of get annoying with it as well. So that extra 1 card from Rapunzel might sound great, but
we have several other cards that are quote unquote Rapunzel traps. So I agree with you that Troubadour is at least in the current metagame, how things stand, at a slight advantage. But some decks are wanting even more than 4 of that effect, so they're playing some mix of Troubadour and Ursula. Now RJ did flip the script here. He did play the Alice on turn 3, which allows him to be more of an aggressor this game.
That card is so crucial in his strategy, because it's a 2 lore gainer. It has an ability where when she quests, she can give another character a +1 lore and ward. And in this exact matchup where the opponent has so many songs that targets, it's just going to give that incredible combination of Alice to Pluto, making Pluto ward, so you can't get rid of it. You have to challenge it if you want to get rid of it, giving more problems.
Yeah, very powerful sequence for RJ. He gets to go 1, 2, 3, 4 this time. In game 1 on turn 4, he was playing that Mulan that threw off the curve a little bit. And that Alice targeting the Pluto, sure, you lose out on a potential extra lore from the Bell, but protecting the Pluto is so valuable.
Absolutely. Because now you entered the place where you can just get that Zeused. And once that Pluto gets Zeused, your board is very fragile and very prone to getting removed. So giving that board is going to give the zoologist a lot of problems.
Yeah.
Ward is a headache for Steel Song.
There's not a good option for him here. When you think if he had something like Rapunzel in hand, for example, you can't. If you challenge into the Pluto, your character is banished. So that's not an option here. So we're not going to see DJ run away with the game with Rapunzel on turn 4 like he did in the previous game.
Yeah, no Rapunzel, no extra draw. Your hand's getting a little bit thinner. You can't answer so many problems because you don't have a lot of songs in your hand and you can't really play them because 2 out of 3 cards have reward. So now, like you said, it's a little problematic to deal into this Sapphire Steel aggro variant. And then we get into Miss.
Yeah, we get the Miss Bianca, and here's the Troubadour coming into shine, because if that wasn't Ursula, we wouldn't be able to play this 4 ink. It's reduced by 2, so it's a 6 singer, but it's a 4 ink with an ally in play.
It's so powerful.
And it's 5 strength, 5 willpower.
Now you basically unlocked your entire song library, your entire playlist available to you. You're feeling a little bit better now that Miss Bianca has entered the play, because now you can Zeus, you can Whole New World, you can do everything. You can let the Storm Rage on, all of it. I mean, the other cards do it already, but like now you do it a lot more freer, and it just feels very, very strong with that extra 5/5 as well, being able to answer basically everything on RJ's side.
So if you're RJ, you want to keep the pressure on here this turn.
Oh, bodyguard on
another
bodyguard.
Pluto.
Wow,
that's going to be really
that
difficult.
Doesn't get better than that.
And this time he gets to add the lore to the Pluto that gets to quest.
Wow, chef's kiss.
So we've had the best start possible, I think, for RJ in this game.
Absolutely. The Alice with 2 dogs, that's deadly. Now you have to dig very, very deep to get to the Alice, which is the main problem. But now Pluto, you gotta dig really deep to find your answers and get rid of this, because we're about to enter a territory where 20 is gonna get real close real soon.
So it looks like RJ is considering singing a song here with Belle. I would assume it's probably a strength.
Has to be a strength here with 4.
So he's deciding presumably between the Pete and the Troubadour.
Which one would you choose in this situation? I would assume you want to.
Well, right. I think I would choose Troubadour, but I'm sure he had his reasons for
get
choosing
that extra
the
singing.
there.
You know, it's just that one extra singer. You can Zeus something, which when there's 2 Plutos, you really want to Zeus something.
Yeah, I still think RJ is in excellent shape here. It does make some sense. You take this 3 strength off the board that the Pete represented,
right.
But yeah, from my perspective, how is the zoologist going to come back in this game? It's probably going to involve some songs, so the Troubadour could come into play there as well.
Definitely. Now we're exerting 3 ink here to play Ariel to dig exactly that, finding that song within the top 4. I mean, there's a lot of times where Ariel is just like, look at the 4 cards of the bottom of your deck, but hopefully this time we find an answer, because we need to get rid of not only 1 Pluto but 2, and we find the greatest criminal mind, making sure it's a 5/5. Oh yeah. My goodness, it's gonna come in very, very clutch here.
So in fairness, Pete could have sang this World's Greatest Criminal Mind as well, because it's a 3 cost. But either way, one of those Plutos does not have ward currently. So if I was DJ, that sounds like a pretty juicy target.
Feels really, really good in this situation. And then with 1, we're playing that Daisy, making sure we kind of have a board presence in case we are able to slow down our opponent, and making sure that RJ doesn't get to 20. And now we're going to sing the greatest Criminal Mind, one of the best songs in one of my favorite Disney movies. So I'm glad that it's in the format, being very relevant here. And then Miss Bianca herself is going to take out that bodyguard, making sure that there's nothing left. And with 1 card in hand, I mean, the engine is a little bit slowing down. The wheels are getting a little wobbly here. Unless that 1 card is a dock, then you're kind of running out of gas. And this is the exact moment when Amber Steel can take over now, because you have a singer 4, a singer 5, and you have Daisy to kind of get you to catch up, or potentially draw you 3 cards that we saw happen twice in game 1.
Yeah, you're 100% right. RJ had all the pressure in the early game, and now is looking for a good turn, and that's perfect.
Wow.
That dock, you added 2 characters to the board. We're inking that Mulan. We're gonna
and another dog.
Another one.
Oh
wow,
that feels so strong now. Wow.
And now we have we can threaten 4 additional lore up to 15 with the Alice, but we're not going to go that route. We are going to
Rage
sing
into,
with the
oh
bell.
my god, now Ariel's gone. You can't. Oh, now things are looking very, very grim, very fast. Dock on dock is just one of the best feelings you can have in this game. Oh my goodness.
And if you're the zoologist, you've had a perfectly good draw. Think about that Ariel. It really needed to hit a Criminal Mind or a Zeus to even
Yeah.
stay in the game, but you hit that target, and now you're facing down 5 characters all of a sudden,
And there's
you really only have 1 singer on the board.
You have exactly Lorthal on board as well, with Alice giving that extra 1 lore, making sure this game is over. So now your options are very, very limited. You can't get rid of the Alice because it has Ward. So your options are very, very limited.
Yeah, even if you wanted to challenge, we have 2 strength on the board. We can't take down anything in a challenge either.
Yeah, I mean they might have the pipes for singing, but they don't have the power to challenge things, unfortunately. So it's gonna not feel so great. Everything has 2 things at Ward. There's 7 on board, so you have to just find something. We might see the Rapunzel play here, hoping we find some sort of song to get rid of something to make sure your opponent doesn't get to 20. I think that's exactly what's happening.
Yeah, I think that's where we're starting, but we need to run hot here off the top.
We just got to get rid of one thing so then we can start singing the next turn, because I mean the Alice here is the problem, huh? Like, how do we get out of this? Is it over? I think so.
We're getting pretty close. I mean, you could sing a Storm Rage on the bell here potentially.
We're really pulling some strings to hope something sticks. Oh, we got Cinderella. I think this is strength here coming in, making sure something is gone. At least something is banished. Yeah, but 2 things have Ward.
I believe the bell has Ward, correct? So,
yes.
So yeah, we're gonna take out a dock here, but yeah, I mean, sure, you might survive another turn, but this is very similar to the first game in the sense that the zoologist got his card advantage off of 2 Rapunzels and kind of ran away with things, but here RJ getting the card advantage, particularly in that last turn, off those 2 docks.
Oh, and here it is. The spice. This
We've been waiting.
The chef cooking.
We've been waiting.
The Aladdin. Yes. Would you like to tell everyone what is this Aladdin here for and what does it do?
All right. This is a 4 uninkable Aladdin Research Assistant. And its text reads, whenever this character quests, you may play an ally character that costs 3 or less for free.
For free
is good. Free is pretty good. Also, we have additional text. While this character is exerted, your allied characters get 1 additional strength each.
Wow. So now things can hurt characters. I am so happy to see this card finally played, because once this deck list hit my inbox, I was smiling ear to ear. I was looking at this deck list, seeing that Aladdin, then looking through exactly how many 3 or less cost characters he has, and the answer is all of them. All of them are basically
that's a good number,
3 or less.
I like your chances.
Yeah, you're hitting just about 75% of the time, and your hand is going to be full of 3 or less characters, and it's just such a powerful tool here.
And you might be thinking, this Aladdin doesn't necessarily have much of an impact when it hits play, right? We're seeing it here. It can't gain lore when it comes into play. It's not actually adding the additional strength on the other side because it's not exerted, of course, when it comes into play. But the Alice questing and protecting it ensures that it's going to be safe. Yeah, Ooh. The Aladdin has Ward. It's protected. So that all but guarantees that RJ is going to be able to get into additional lore.
I believe
here
we're just
while
going
sitting at 18.
Game 3 here. Wow, the Aladdin coming in, getting warded, making sure we guarantee that win, and we're just going to go into game 3. Aladdin came in. He said we're going to quest with everything, and the game was wrapped up. I mean, this Aladdin is such a fascinating card because it quests, and RJ is running exactly with Doc as an ally, Lawrence as a ally. It is running also the Mr. Smee as an ally. So there's a lot of there's a lot of good cards that just plays itself for free, and that sometimes just wins you the game outright. I mean, playing your hand out, playing the questing with the lot, and then just getting a Doc for free is insanely strong.
Yeah, I think if you're RJ, you couldn't have scripted that game any better. Of course, he has been on the play in both of these games, and now we're going to game 3, and DJ gets the opportunity to be on the play. And when you're on the play at Steel Song, if he has something like Cinderella, maybe he gets to actually deploy it this time, or a Daisy Duck, and be the one to apply the pressure. So that, of course, will change a lot as we go into game 3 here.
Definitely. I mean, getting that one cost character, or potentially even the location, the Neverland, is definitely an answer early on to the Bell that we saw come in turn 1 twice already. So making your opponent kind of have a weird answer to a card that they not necessarily want to deal with, but they just kind of have to, is very very important, because now you're giving you're getting pressured into multiple areas. Not only locations, characters going to be entering the board. So it's very fascinating. The first turn of this game is going to be quite interesting, and probably going to look a little bit different than the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, my first week playing locally, as I mentioned, I'm kind of known for playing Sapphire Ruby here, and I showed up to locals playing Amber Steel, and I played a turn 1 Neverland in my first game, and people are like, what is going on here? And yeah, it doesn't look like much on paper, but the threat diversity can be very crucial, especially when you're going wide.
Absolutely. Just not having an answer, like it's such an awkward card to deal with, because if you're running the Bell 1-drop situation, you can't really answer it. Like it's a 3/3, so you can't get rid of it. So it's guaranteed to gain that extra lore. You can't sing Let the Storm Rage On, so you can't draw that card. So it just makes you feel a little bit awkward and get a little off rhythm to deal with it. Because if not, it's going to give you free lore, and like we've seen in multiple games, that extra lore matters so much.
Yeah,
and as
so
we go to game
players-
3, it's a must-win game, because all these games in ICL does matter. We have to make sure going 2-1 versus 3-0 has a huge difference in playoff implication that's coming up in 2 rounds. So this game is very crucial to see how everything goes forward within the playoffs moving forward. So it's going to be really important for these teams to get this W regardless of the matchup of this night.
Yeah, I mentioned before the previous game how important I feel like alterations are. It can be a little tricky to tell from our vantage point how many cards the players are sending back, but it looks like RJ has it set on 4, and DJ on the right side of your screen
2.
Still deciding. Technically, the active player, the player on the play, chooses first.
So you said you played Ember Steel. What are you looking for in this matchup? What are we finding if you're going first? If we're on the play, what are we trying to get so we can get this win and just get away with the whole thing?
Okay, so I just want to point out DJ only sent back 1 card. So whatever he's looking for,
spicy.
He's found it. Meanwhile, RJ, I believe that was 4. So maybe looking for something in particular. But what am I looking for?
Yeah.
You just want a 1-drop, right?
Right.
It could be a Daisy. It could be a Cinderella. I don't know the specifics of this matchup to confidently say one is better than the other. If you think about something like Cinderella into Let the Storm Rage On, well, RJ isn't necessarily playing a character on turn 1 that Let the Storm Rage On would banish. So maybe that's a little less important. And we know that Daisy, you can potentially follow up a Daisy later down the line with something like a Rapunzel if a Bell hits play, for example. So I would lean towards Daisy probably being your best turn 1 play, but we'll see what DJ opens up with.
And I think that's exactly what we're gonna see. Oh no, we see the Cinderella. I mean, just as good. Have that song option. You can go If they do Bell, you could technically go another one drop, and then sing Strength of Raging Fire to make sure that one Bell is no longer available and just get away with this early and get through. And then we're just
and for the first time, RJ does not have an item or Bell on turn 1. Well, he might have the Bell in hand, but can't deploy it just yet. And we were talking up to Neverland, but it gets inked on the first 2 turns here from DJ. And Cinderella, well, it's going to get in for the quest.
Oh, I mean, that's just fine. It's safe. She feels comfortable. There's no threats right now. That missing not only the item is just very unfortunate. And RJ is running 4, 7, 8, 15 one drops and not seeing any. Maybe not necessarily not seeing it, but not playing it while trying to be the aggressive strategy is going to feel a little bit awkward. But now we see the Calhoun, a huge threat to anything that quests.
Yeah, if you're going to be on the draw, that's the card you want on turn 2.
Strength of a Raging Fire here, absolutely just gets rid of any rhythm RJ's trying to get. We get a Zeus, which is scary.
I'll do the job just fine as well.
I mean, it's not really looking safe for this wonderful Calhoun here. The Sergeant is in a little bit of trouble here as it gets absolutely lightning ball from the gods and just getting nothing on board in the first 2 turns.
And these are the sequences from Steel Song that, regardless of what you're playing on the other side, sometimes they just have draws that are unbeatable.
There's
we
nothing.
Saw 1, 2, 3. We essentially have we can sing 10 costs worth of songs next turn potentially. And when you have that kind of advantage, it can snowball real fast. But yeah, RJ's going to stop it for a turn.
Just for a turn, I mean, that could make it because now you can go a little bit wide, not necessarily feel terrible, but like it's just a tough spot to be in. You have designed a deck where you don't want to be the board state where it's just one character. You want a little bit more options, and getting your Calhoun absolutely swiped off the board within 30 seconds just really hurts, especially with what the Zoologist has been able to do. It's a very tough situation for Sapphire Steel aggro here. Aladdin might not be our savior this game, so we'll see. But as we go through here with no actions now, he can go a little bit wide here, just making sure the daisies enter the board. We got a lot of 2 drops here. We have a lot of answers to just make sure, like, I'm gonna go wide. I can get to 20 a lot faster than you right now, and you can't really do much about it. So deal with it.
Okay, so not the most impressive turn from DJ. I'm sure he did what he could, but this tells me a few things. First of all, he didn't ink, I don't believe, and
a lot of songs.
So clearly he has uninkables in his hand, and of course Pete was deployed. So I'm gonna guess there's a few songs in that hand.
Probably. So he had to just wait a little bit, just be like, okay, you got me this turn, but Daisy ain't no joke. It's still a 1-4 for 2. Like, it's still not what you want to see, even though he didn't really do much. But another Pete to make.
And if you're RJ, you're probably coming to the same conclusions that we have with regards to what DJ's hand looks like.
A lot of songs.
Another Pete, that's gonna hold him off for another turn.
And getting these referees out right now is kind of nice too, because it blocks him from questing in a sense, other than Daisy, because if you don't deal with it, you just don't have a lot of answers. We got Miss Bianca here. It's another huge threat that 2 Pete's can't really deal with. So it's just getting a little bit scary for RJ.
So that's interesting, right? We know that the Zoologist did not ink last turn. However,
and he whiffed the Daisy. The free draw is not there. That's so unfortunate. A lot of series of unfortunate events is happening right now for RJ. Very early on, and it's kind of been happening.
Yeah. So DJ made a choice last turn, by my estimation. I think that Miss Bianca was in his hand because. He did not ink the previous turn, and then inked and played a 4-drop. So I think he had the option to ink, chose not to. And we see the 3rd Pete, And I would all but bet the money in my bank account that there is a whole new world in DJ's hand right now, or some sort of significant song. And these Pete's are stemming the actions for now, but we can't do this forever.
It's only kind of holding off the flooding. It's just kind of holding off the fort that's kind of taped up and hoping for the best. But it's just going to get a little bit tough because the other side of the board is getting wide as well. I mean, 3 Pete's is very, very funny, and they are strong. It's still not going to be a match for Ariel, Miss Bianca, and the rest of the band. I mean, it's just not going to get really great. But the Daisy feels a little bit free here, making that extra 2 lore gain. We have a lot of options here next turn once we hopefully don't see a 4th Pete.
Yeah, there's a bit of a lull in the action. Daisy's gonna potentially quest. DJ thinking about this one. And on RJ's side, he had the opportunity to potentially challenge the Daisy, but chose not to.
Here we're gonna think. Personally, as an aggro player from birth, essentially, there's not a lot of moments where I don't quest the Daisy just because like it's such a powerful tool. And knowing this, okay, you're gonna challenge 2 characters to deal with my Daisy, just everything kind of feels good about it. Yeah, you can get a Lawrence, but I just have so much availability on what we're gonna do. Making sure that we just kind of sing away and hope we get rid of everything on the board. And then, like you said, most likely there's a whole new world in there. And we're just going to get 7 and do it all over again.
Yeah, if I'm RJ, I want to deploy as many cards in my hand as possible next turn.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you also have another Pete. I guess that would hold things off.
If there's a 4th Pete,
we'll see.
4 of a kind Pete is crazy. And we just play a Rapunzel. I mean, even if you don't draw with it, again, signaling that there's a gazillion % chance there's a whole new world coming into our eyes in a couple of minutes here. But the free Rapunzel is really, really scary because it's a 1/5 that quests for 2, and we have created a board that we gain 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lore next turn. Oh my God! Never mind. Just forget about it. Pete. Oh my God.
RJ did both things. He plays the 4th Pete. He deploys a couple cards from his hand.
Pete is crazy.
And now we're gonna see some more. We're not done. Is this strength on Miss Bianca? No.
Oh my God. Never mind. We're so back. We're just simply back.
Yeah, Miss Bianca is 6 ink technically, but is a 5/5, and now we decide to challenge the.
This is absurd.
Challenge the Daisy, which makes sense because if you think about it, last turn he didn't want to challenge and expose Miss Bianca challenging into a Pete, and then that Rapunzel would have been a lot better.
Oh my goodness. I'm still in shock and awe that what we're just seeing, like these Amethyst Steel decks that the entire existence of like late game is to bounce this Pete. Don't get to play Pete 4 times. And RG just casually did it back to back to back to back against the deck that's begging to play action. That's like, please let me just do what my deck is supposed to do. And RG is just casually just putting his hand out to his opponent's face and just saying, not today.
And if you're DJ, it has to be so heartbreaking. However, this is a great follow-up. Having that Rapunzel into a Pete and then drawing 3 cards off the second Rapunzel.
Now a whole new world doesn't necessarily feel too necessary because you just drew 3. You have options and you're establishing a board with a lot of threats. Getting rid of one of the Petes at least.
Yeah, Troubadour goes in for a challenge. It does survive thanks to that resist.
Came in clutch there. But now with 1 left, we're just gonna pass here. Maybe we got a cheeky Daisy off the top, cheeky Cinderella off the top. Maybe no, I'm just gonna pass away. But we got 4 in hand. Would probably fill with the entire library of your playlist available to you. Unless we see a 5th Pete next turn, it might be a chorus.
We might have to call a judge if we see a 5th Pete here.
There's 4 here. Pluto. I mean,
Okay,
there's
Pluto
most
not
likely
bad.
a Zeus in hand.
Alice presumably will protect the Pluto here.
Definitely has to here.
So RJ on the board, he's been kind of on standby mode. He's been preventing DJ from executing his game plan. But meanwhile, RJ's just been playing defense, and now he gets to go on the offense a little bit.
Now you're just gonna go ahead and get rid of so many threats. But like getting Pete is just so insane. Like I'm still not over this. Now you've established Alice and Pluto, which is like so hard and difficult for Amber Steel to deal with because they both have ward essentially the entire time, and it's a 1/4 and a 5/5, so you don't have a lot of options to get rid of. It's just a headache. Now being able to stop this board from getting too crazy is going to be the key for DJ here.
Yeah, RJ has a great board, but DJ, all his songs are finally unlocked. Since turn 3, he has not been able to cast any of these, and we're definitely going to see a lot of actions here.
We're getting rid of Pete 1, draw. We have to get rid of the Pete's, and then kind of start establishing a board state. But let me ask you this, because Wheel is a Whole New World is one of those cards where just there's like it's a high ceiling card. There's so many difficult decisions you make once you play that card. In this scenario where you don't really want to give your opponent any cards because it's going to get really crazy, is that something you want to play, or are we just kind of keeping it for very, very emergency situations here?
Right now, at least at the start of this turn, we were behind on board, and I think that's priority number 1 is to regain some of the advantage on board, and then you can reevaluate and determine if a Whole New World is necessary. Looking at RJ, he's spinning that one card, only one card remaining. So usually when your opponent's down to one card, you got to think twice about deploying the Whole New World.
And then we got the 5th Pete in the game this match alone. And then Daisy here is gonna
Pete not as effective against RJ. Only 8 actions total in RJ's deck list.
Strength into that Pete. And the cool thing about Pete, it's also a 3/3. So even if things get ward, you can kind of get rid of this board now because Pluto is now removable with the Pete Mr. Smee combination. And then Alice is going to start getting looking really, really weak if there's
all right. So this is the turn where RJ needs Doc, right?
This is Doc season. It's time to enter draw 2 because he 100% knows his opponent is not going to play Wheel, and he has to be able to kind of dig a little bit deeper so he doesn't stall out because he's only at 2 lore. So late game, RJ just doesn't have a lot of big bodies to deal with a lot of things. So he just has to kind of get wide and hope he doesn't get anything answered as we give Aladdin on board, which does give allies a little bit of extra, but we can play for free. But you don't have a lot of cards in hand, so your odds are going to get a little bit slim. I know I was hyping it up, but now with one card in hand, it's going to be a little bit difficult to get that for free.
Aladdin's one of those cards where if you're pressing an advantage, it will put you over the top. But when you're behind, we'll see what it can do here.
Definitely. I'm really looking forward to it because when I saw this deck list again, I was like, okay, this is going to go either really, really great or we're just going to kind of be a little bit underwhelmed. So I want to be surprised. I want to get to see what this Aladdin is capable of because being able to play a free Lawrence, free Smee, and a free Doc just feels like music to my ears. So I'm hoping to see that at least happen once. But now we're going to have to make these hard decisions of challenges or opponents, kind of slowing our opponent down. Questing with Alice to give ward into Pluto here and passing. Interesting.
Yeah, so we have a little bit of protection, and I just want to remind the viewers, if you're just tuning in, what this Aladdin does. It's a 2 strength, 4 willpower, 4 uninkable. And it says whenever it quests, you can play an ally for free that costs 3 or less. Of course, that requires questing. and RJ's not in a great position to be questing. He's kind of been on defense this whole game.
Zeus and Aladdin.
Okay, yeah, the Pluto got ward, not the Aladdin this time. So Zeus takes down the Aladdin. I don't think we're gonna see Aladdin do its thing.
I do not think we're gonna see it this game either. And DJ is slowly picking this board apart, dealing some damage into Pluto here to make sure it's essentially just Alice and herself alone, questing for 2, making sure you're a little bit ahead. Now with just Alice on board, giving your opponent not the extra lore and the ward not really mattering in this situation is gonna just kind of take the.
Wow, you know what's funny? A few turns ago, we were so confident that there was a whole new world in hand, but I believe DJ's empty-handed now.
Yeah,
and he's deployed all his songs and characters.
Yeah, we might have been a little wrong about that. Good thing.
I think that's working in his favor, however, because all those songs turned out to be able to
getting
to deal damage.
Now you just have this huge lead with. I believe there's only just 2 cards in RJ's hand too now, so things are going to get a little bit more difficult to deal with.
Yeah, when you look at RJ's deck list, there isn't a whole lot of cards that I call catch-up mechanics, right? That you can draw off the top in positions like this that allow you to catch up when you're far behind in a game. RJ's deck is really about pressing the advantage and being the aggressor, and he just wasn't able to do so in this game.
Yeah, and the wheels came off very early on. I mean, getting answers back to back to back essentially just really made the curve that was super important in game 2 just not be there at all. I mean, we just didn't see it, and now it's getting really bare bones, and getting that popsicle is cool, but it seems like it's a wrap up. There's not much that I see in the next couple of turns that could save it, but then again, we saw 4 Pete, so anything is kind of possible. But if I was betting, man, which I already lost once here with the wheel situation,
I think I lost all the money in my bank account, so.
I think it's all gone, but like with the money I took from some randoms, I think I can bet safely on the zoologist kind of taking this game through now, but let's see. I'm not a hopeful person in this situation, unfortunately.
I think we need some dock chains potentially, but other than that, I mean, I'm just scanning the deck list. We do have Hiram in our deck. We haven't seen that this whole match.
Seen a single Hiram, and even if you do get to play it, like drawing 2 feels good, but there's 8 lore on board. It's game on 2 turns, and answering everything is going to be really difficult, with considering Alice is just a 1/4.
I know we haven't exactly proven our worth with educated guesses in this game, but what could RJ's card be in his hand potentially? Because it's just sitting there. He obviously hasn't chosen to play it. I'm not quite sure.
Maybe my guess is Strength of a Raging Fire here. Dealing 1 damage in this board state just doesn't feel great.
That's well, there is the P on the other side, so I suppose it could be any action really.
Yeah,
Strength of a Raging Fire, or
let the Storm Rage
on.
Because other than that, there's no other reason to not play.
Any character would be played. Any item would be played in that scenario.
Yeah, this game is
and you can see the pace from DJ, right? When you're ahead, and you know
you got game.
It's a matter of time.
Yeah, it's kind of just like, okay, we're just gonna turn card sideway and just pass, and I believe this is game over for Team Ohana to take this victory away.
An impressive showing from Team Ohana, excuse me. They're out of the North Carolina area. I was actually visiting the Charlotte area here recently. It was a first-time visit for me. So I was at SCG Con. I don't know if any of these players were in attendance as well. But we see Storm get cast, and that was the card in hand, most likely the previous turn.
Yeah.
But
we got 4 left. I mean, like, we can kind of slow it down, but there's 1, 2, 3.
We can challenge the Smee. We could use the popsicle so Alice survives.
Oh,
We
there's
do have the
Hiram.
Hiram. Then we're going to draw some cards.
We have to find a song to either. I mean, none of these songs really do. I mean, we just Simba to filter through to get a little bit deeper. I don't think we find an answer. I mean,
think
it's
that's
just,
a wrap.
I believe so too, because like there's Alice kind of
Yeah, we
getting
take out the
in.
Smee, but we got 5 lore on the other side of the
Yeah,
board.
but I respect playing it. I
Oh,
really
absolutely.
respect playing it through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's game over. And
Yeah.
as we go through here, we're
That'll
gonna
do
jump
it.
into the interviews and incredible set of matches here as Team Ohana takes the W. Let's
Impressive
go.
showing from that team. The clean 3-0 on the evening.
Definitely, it's went to game 3 a few times, got a little bit close. It's just super fascinating to see the power, the powerhouse that Steel is in this brand new set.
Very impressive showing from Steel as a whole, right? If you're sitting here watching this, I don't play Steel. Well, what are you going to do? You can play Ruby Sapphire. I think Ruby Sapphire is waiting, kind of behind some bushes. Some people are pushing it aside at the moment. I think it might come back and be quite formidable here in the near future.
Definitely. Incredible set of games there. Congratulations to Team Ohana. First of all, wonderfully played. But going through this, I do have to ask. The big question to RJ: the Aladdin Flood. What was the thought process behind the design of this deck, and how did this come about?
So I'll give a little shout out. So Manny on Ink Thieves. So he was playing around. He cooks a lot. So he was looking at playing Aladdin. He was playing an Ember Steel. The problem I had was there was no way to protect it. Right, so it'll get brawled, it'll get Zeused, etc.
Yeah,
I was trying to figure out a way to play the Aladdin in a list that still had allies and be able to protect it. So my thought process was play it with Alice, give it ward, and then you'll be able to get your quest off. Play a Lawrence for free, play a Pete, play a Doc Draw 2. Sounds pretty good.
Yeah, no, that when I saw this deck list, I was like, okay, we're gonna cook. It's gonna work out. But unfortunately, the Aladdin did not get to shine this game. But I'm very, very excited to see what this deck could do more of, because new cards like that really gets people brewing, and Manny, aka TMP, cooks those spice too. So a shout out to him as well.
Yeah, for sure. No, it's a very fun list to play. It's done very well, but Zoologist played very well. It was
matchup.
Deck did mostly what it needed to. It just wasn't quite enough this go around.
Definitely.
Very close.
Yeah, I have a question for DJ and the Zoologist, if you will.
Yeah.
Those first 2 games, you were on the draw, and I believe Bell got deployed on turn 1 on each of those games. Did you have an opportunity to perhaps cast a turn 1 Cinderella and chose not to in those games?
Yes, so I did have the opportunity to drop Cinderella on turn 1. I've tested this matchup quite a bit. In the limited time I say tested a lot, and RJ's gonna be like, "You liar! You said you haven't been able to test." I've only been able to test some nights this week with set 7, and all of those have mostly been against Blue Steel since it's the new hype. And I found too often it's just like the exact mirror match. I kind of have to treat it of, if they have turn 1 Singer 3 Cinderella, how much do I value putting my own out on the draw just to get eaten up by a storm? And it turned out I saw him discard the storm, let the storm rage on, and I was like, okay, cool. I feel better about my play because I know Troubadour will normally live, and so I figured just not give that free when I can use it as ink.
Little did he know at the
we
time,
had the same observation. Sorry, go ahead.
I said, little did he know at the time, my hand was 3 storms and a strength when he played the Pete. So that's very good timing on the Pete.
The 4 Pete was kind of crazy. I was like, is this a glitch? Am I seeing double? What's going on? And then Pete's just kept coming in, and for a deck that plays 17 songs, just must have felt a little awkward. It was like, oh well, I mean, half of my quarter of my deck is kind of not doing anything for 4 turns.
Yeah, I'd like to shout out Ravensburger for not allowing 5 of a card in
decks, or
We
I
actually
definitely-
joked if we see a fifth one, there's a problem.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, if we see a fifth one, I mean, I'd definitely lose that match.
You
That
got to
was-
play Pete more than Amethyst Steel decks get to Pete, so that's
Yeah,
quite impressive.
We were laughing and joking the entire time because I played the Pete, right? And then the next turn I played another Pete, and I was like, "Oh man, this is funny." He's like, "There's no way you get another one, right?" And I was like, "Well, joke's on you. I do. Like, you can't have the fourth, right?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I
Right.
got the fourth too."
Got them all. That's
got
so,
the
so
Pete
fascinating.
Exodia.
But
Yeah.
the other question I have, because I'm very curious, because the Ember Steel Nation has been a roller coaster in the couple of sets. How do you see Ember Steel going into this kind of format with covered in Sapphire Steel and just the reign of Sapphire, if you will, or Steel, honestly?
Yeah, I mean, you look at today, it was what, the three
All
of
steel.
the same ink combinations playing against each other, just button
Exactly.
heads.
Yeah.
They're all amazing decks, and I mean, just speaking from Amber Steel, we've always kind of struggled with kind of saying red blue's our worst matchup.
Mhm.
This set, I know with how good Sapphire got, one of my opinions on it is Ruby Sapphire kind of diversified in their different builds, and some of those I've seen kind of almost not intentionally, but kind of disrespected the quickness that Amber Steel can have at times, which is why I'm not much of an aggro player, but so you'll hear me complain and whine about having to have daisies and Neverlands in my deck, and it pained me immensely to put Nala in there. So, but it's just like a necessary evil. And yeah, overall, I feel like Amber Steel is well positioned into the meta because I don't feel it has. Yes, red blue, ruby sapphire is rough, but I think blue sapphire steel it has game into, and I even tested around fine and platinum, and I was like, oh, it's only good in one matchup, really. And then I was like, oh, hey, the matchup, but it wasn't the full on items greedy like our pal Chris played.
Definitely.
Going into that last game, of course, you got to be on the play for the first time. We were discussing amongst ourselves what your ideal opening hand looks like, and you did open with the Cinderella. Do you have any preference in this matchup, Cinderella versus Daisy, or even you inked the Neverland? That was another topic of discussion.
Yeah. So when I was on the play, I did not have a Daisy in my opening hand. I would have preferred the Daisy at that point because Cindy, unless I have one drop on turn 2 and a strength, which is asking a lot to have in your opening hand and plus the ink. It's not always ideal. I still played the Cinderella just because you can't always, in my opinion, play fearful, and I felt like I had a good enough line going into turn 1, 2, 3 that if I ended up drawing into something on turn 3, like you may storm my Cinderella, but that requires him also to have his ideal opening. And I found I got, I think, bailed out because I don't believe he had Bell turn 1 that game. I don't even think you had a 1-drop that item that turn, right, RJ?
Yeah. So I mold. I had bells. I mold back. I kept 1 bell. I kept storm, and I kept a I believe. I mold 4. I found no item. I drew into a Milan. So when you went Cindy on 1, I'm not gonna play a Milan into a Cindy. I just inked it.
That's another thing. I had
no
songs.
Yeah,
So we literally.
I just want to touch on that real quick because I think it's a lesson for our viewers. I already touched on, do you play Cinderella into Belle? But here's the reverse situation, right? The Cinderella is the Belle on the other side, and I think it's wise not to play the 1-drop there.
Yeah.
I mean, I also have a lot of uninkables, right? So like, it's better to save my inkable there, not to make him have it on the draw. If I don't have the turn 1 bell, it's most of the time just ink.
Yeah, it's kind of risk reward.
Pass.
Because I played it knowing I had no songs in hand until I would play the aerial. But sometimes just even that threat can cause them not to play the Mulan, which actually would have contested the questing Cinderella early game.
So, I mean, it would have been a direct trade still, right?
Yeah. It's definitely not a misplay by any means to play around that because you always know they have that song when you don't play around
Always
it.
do.
So
They always do.
It's definitely the right play to still play around it, I would say.
Yeah, I was really just hoping to not see the Troubadour 3 games in a row on turn 2. And I was like, well, if he doesn't have the Troubadour here, we can play a Calhoun and we're sitting good. But he had it, and then he played the Aerial into the Zeus, and it made it pretty awkward.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Bianca's just an amazing addition.
Absolutely. I'm a big fan of that brand new card. It's just such a powerful addition to Amber Steel. I'm really, really happy to see it kind of emerge and be a kind of household name in that deck. But thank you all.
My last question for RJ real quick. Like I said, we didn't really get to see Aladdin do its thing, but how are you feeling about the Aladdin? I know it's a small sample size, only one match, but you think you're gonna keep going with this build?
I mean, I've played it. I have the ability to be able to play, luckily, with some really good players, with like the Maelstrom guys and the guys. So I've gotten to test out the list a lot. I've also played it quite a bit on ladder. The list has done very well. It's definitely a flex spot, though. The Aladdin, I've said many a times, could be a Cogsworth or it could be McDuck Manor. I like to stop the curve at 4 in an aggro deck right now, with Ruby Sapphire still being pretty rampant. But the turns that you get Aladdin off, it can be such a tempo swing that I've really enjoyed it myself. But there's definitely an argument because the unenkables are very high, which is why I run 7 draw discards, is to be able to kind of filter my hand a bit. I also didn't get to kind of show it, but the deck does very well at killing opposing bells on the draw. So being able to go like pop skull on 1, play bell on 1, or on my turn 1 if they play their bell. Turn 2, I can play my double draw discards to filter into a strength and sing and kill their bell, right? So it's been very good.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense.
But yeah, no, Zoologist played it very well. I've been liking the card though. It feels pretty good.
Nice. I think Breezy and I are just a little disappointed we didn't get to see it in action, but maybe next time.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
Just a little
guys.
bit. Next time.
I tried.
No, it was a very close game. All 3 of them. It was good.
Yeah, no, that was a lot of fun. Very tight games.
Well, thank you both for showing up, bringing the heat, getting some spice, and giving us incredible and very, very fun 3 games. So thank you both, and hope to see y'all have a crushing next round. And before we do let y'all off, where can people find you? I do want to do some shout outs. Where can people find both of you?
Go ahead, Zoologist.
Yeah. As far as for Team Ohana, we are on X or Twitter. So at Ohana_Lorcana. I am also on Twitter. I post occasionally. I'm trying to get better about that, but at dgunther212. So 212. And then, just trying to play at locals in North Carolina. So if anyone's in North Carolina scene, try to travel as much as I can since having a kid. But try to show up whenever I am able to make it to events.
So I don't really do much for social media when it comes to Lorcana, if I'm being honest. But you can Google the portal. That's our shop. It's in Manchester, Connecticut. Besides that, you can always find me in the Ink Thieves or Maelstrom Discords, probably playing games with the guys and hanging out. So, if you're not in those, you should definitely get in them. They're very nice people.
Fantastic stuff.
Awesome. Thank you again, both. Entertaining games. Thanks for bringing some unique cards to the table. And happy to have you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, RJ.
Good stuff.
Thanks,
Yeah,
everyone.
thanks, buddy.
Hope y'all crush it next round. Who'll get those W's next round.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Good. And as we go into the night off, what a fantastic set of games. Highlights galore. I mean, 1919 on a game 3 situation. Fantastic stuff overall. Like we said, tonight has been the night of the steal. It was a fantastic run of games as we saw what Steel can do in this set. And I think if you're playing this game throughout this next couple of months, you get used to seeing a lot of these decks because they're gonna be everywhere and they're gonna be cooking.
So Breezy, I said I'm playing an event tomorrow. Do you have anything upcoming? And if so, what would you be playing?
So I am actually battling my own laziness and chores to determine if I'm going to play on a case tournament tomorrow or do actual chores for my house. But if I were to play, there's only one deck that my heart belongs to, and that deck is the dogs. We're barking, we're churnabogging, and we're about to get those W's. There's nothing better in this format in my head to play Tramp and Churnabog for like 2 ink at the same turn. So we're gonna do that and just win a bunch of games against Sapphire Steel and just absolutely dodge any Amber Steel or Emerald Steel, because those decks might. I mean, Emerald Steel is not that bad, but Amber Steel is that deck does feel bad to match up.
Okay, I can't say I've had the pleasure of playing the Chernadogs myself. I played a little bit against it. I'm leaning Sapphire Steel myself.
Ooh,
now,
okay.
the problem when you say that is there's any number of cards that could be in my deck.
Absolutely.
You know, we saw RJ coming in with the looter build and the Aladdins and some ally synergies. I'm a Scrooge fan myself.
Ooh, Scrooge is
So
good.
I
Playing that
think
for
we're going to
turn,
be
playing that on
leaning
turn
towards
3.
Scrooge.
Playing that on turn 3. Whew.
I played it on turn 3 today without a ramp spell, and that feels pretty powerful.
That
if
feels
you just
good.
go, Popsicle into Fortisphere Popsicle into, say, a Fishbone Quill, well, there's your turn 3 Scrooge, despite the fact that you did not play a ramp spell. So that's not going to happen too often, but as we've said a few times here this evening, anything that says the word free on it, you have to give that a good look.
Yeah, it feels good. It feels good to play cards for free, and not all cards are good when it says free. There are some duds that I've discovered, but the highs of the highs are really, really high for sure. I mean, the amount of times I've seen this crab play a dime for free has been heartbreaking, and it's going to be interesting going forward. But hey, if you want to learn what decks are cooking, what decks are winning, you should be watching the ICL Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and it's been a fantastic, fantastic run, and it was an honor and a pleasure to do this, and hope to do this more often.
Absolutely. Happy to be here with you and Wonderland behind the scenes. Judge Phil always doing good work behind the scenes. There's a lot of people that go into this, and I appreciate all their work.
Definitely, the judges are MVPs. I mean, they're behind the scenes, running around, making sure nothing is breaking apart, just making sure everything is good, and they're the true MVPs of this experience, and it was definitely good.
All right. Well, in your case, I hope you can maybe get some chores done before you go to sleep, or get them done.
I really want to get. I
want to hear some Trinidad stories.
I can't wait. I gotta get. I do have to. I do have to. Habibi's here. Ooh.
Hey.
I mean, the last game was Amber Steel cooking. You should be screaming with joy right now. Tears coming down your eyes. Like a pro. Yeah. I mean, Miss Bianca is just that lady. She is the belle of the ball. Wow. Troubadour is just they both bring the sauce, they bring the spice, and it's just playing basically a 4 cost 5/5 Singer 6 just seems insane. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes when you're looking at a spoiler before you get your hands on any cards, it can be hard to evaluate those things, especially when it's synergy and requiring 2 pieces to kind of fit together. But once you put them into action, you can see really quickly how powerful these cards are. And for me personally, playing a lot of Sapphire, I mentioned Scrooge recently. I underrated that card. Like I knew it was good when I looked at it at face value, and now I think it's even better.
Yeah.
The Habibi in me wants to negotiate, and like I like to play Steel Song because I can play things for free. Now Blue has free things too. So hey.
Hello.
I don't know if they were able to hear Habibi earlier, but now they should be able to.
Wow, we
No,
had a
they didn't.
really
If you think we've been talking to ourselves, you may not have been able to hear Habibi, but he's on board.
I think someone
now.
else wants to join too.
Oh,
Look at this. Right up like
Hello.
Hello.
Incredible round stuff, fun stuff.
I'm not gonna repeat myself, but
Yeah.
long story short, Troubadour good, Bianca good, Amber Steel is not dead.
It's so back. It's so back.
Right on time for Easter, man. Like, look at that. It could have planned it better.
Do you think
it is risen?
The deck has risen. It's back. I mean,
been dead for 3
I've
sets,
seen
but
you
it's
be
risen.
very upset in the Ruby Sapphire lifestyle. Do you think that kind of just being overshadowed by the new shiny toys just makes Amber Steel just feel a little bit more free wins all around for the Amber Steel cult or crew or whatever you want to call the group?
What do you mean Ruby Sapphire? Like red, blue? Like what about it?
Like traditionally, that's the deck that was like not having a good time. Again, you were not having a good time when that
Oh
deck
yeah,
was,
yeah, of course.
You know what I mean?
To be honest with you, like I don't want to like dox it, but like the truth to Ruby Sapphire is if people just stuck with their OG builds, they would probably trash like a lot of stuff. But everyone has like new deck syndrome where they want to like add 14 cards to an existing good deck, and then they just end up getting it too far away from like what its core value is. Like the most challenging players that I've played in the last like couple tournaments I've done with like 30 plus players have been on like Shark red blue, not even playing like they're playing like a couple Tamatoas and calling it a day. It just I feel like when you move the needle to like max item build, like and you go too crazy, like that's where the red blue is not that great anymore into Amber Steel, especially with Neverlands and Bianca's now, they rely too much on that coil, and it just doesn't play well for the curve. We can beat them.
Yeah,
the big concern is blue steel. That's the concern. That's sorry. Continue.
I think it's a close matchup, and it's potentially closer than it's ever been before. Speaking of Ruby Sapphire into Amber Steel.
Yeah.
But you mentioned blue steel because I've been playing a lot of blue steel and talking to some people playing it as well. And the general consensus, at least from the more like Scrooge type builds with the ramp into Scrooge, is the only matchup these players are particularly concerned about right now is Amber Steel. But then you talk to the Amber Steel players and they're saying we're concerned about blue steel. So it's funny how that works out.
It's not even like concerned. It's more so like they have the high roll. Same way like when an Amber Steel player hits that nuts curve, it's just like you just stare at them. You're like, okay, what do I do? Like I can't even play a card. It's the same idea with blue steel now. I'm gonna die on this hill till the end of this set when everybody's on 2 or 3 copies, which will be wrong, but they'll be doing it. Find of Platinum is the greatest card of all time for the set, and it's not even close. I will die on the hill.
That's a big statement. I'd be curious if people pick up more. I've been seeing 1 and 2 here and there, and to be frank, I've had some played against me, and it didn't have a high impact. So we'll see. But there's certainly board states.
You gotta time it. Like you gotta time it. You can't just be like, "Oh, I can cast Fight and Platinum. I'm gonna rip it," and then like the guy has a fishbone quill on the board. Like I literally held a Fight and Platinum in my hand in a Top Cut game for like not Top Cut game to get to Top Cut for what was it 4 to 5 turns, and then the guy plays his second dime. And I'm like, okay. And I tap my teammate Pandemonium next to me. I'm like, look at this. And I just point at the board, and 34 ink worth of items just like disintegrated before his eyes. And it was right before I knew he had the Tamatoa, so he could play Tamatoa Dive. So like, you're just staring at his hand now, and all these people are like, oh, you'll just get the items back. Yeah, but they're getting 1 item back, not 18.
Yeah, it feels like having the soul leaving our body at this point.
Yeah, that's it.
Well,
I just want to make them like punished for all that hard work that they did. You know.
I think it's
I've
only a
even
matter
had-
of time until we see the Scrooge McDuck get taken out for the new Kita, the Sapphire Kita 4-drop 3/3 that you can exert to look at the top two, put one in your inkwell and one on the top. I feel like it's just filtering for Oswald, and I don't know why more people don't play that yet.
I didn't even know that card existed.
That is an interesting option. I think Oswald. I could be wrong. I think it might be a flash in the pan. I think some people are already moving off of it, so we'll see. But for people who stick with Oswald, there's a lot of different tools to have multiple ink in a tournament.
Wait, are you saying 50-0 is not good enough for your stats?
It was good while it lasted, but when people know Oswald's coming, it's a little easier to prepare for.
Well, there might be some cards getting into play, like Double Trouble, Twin Fire, stuff like that, to deal with like the early board state of Sapphire Steel. So people will try to think how to break it apart so it does not become the boogeyman.
Yeah, I'm interested in the event I'm playing here locally tomorrow in Southern California. How many Oswalds I'm going to see, because I've mentioned a few times here so far tonight. If you play against Blue Steel, you really don't know what could be in their deck. There's so many options.
Yeah. It's like the same thing as like Amber Steel players. I always get mad when people say like, hey, you're playing traditional Amber Steel players, and people will look at a build and they'll see 4 wheels and 4 Ursulas, and they'll be like, yeah, that's traditional Amber Steel because they have wheel and they have Ursulas and Ariel. And I'm like, dude, like there's 30 cards different besides those things. And I think that's like what Blue Steel state is right now, is like, yeah, everyone is going to be playing Tamatoa, 4 or 8 basically popsicles, and then Bell. But then around that core, there's a lot of room for creativity. I think that's where you could build the Blue Steel build, beat other Blue Steel builds, but loses to Blue Red. Like you can do anything you want, really. It's like its own. It's not like what it used to be, where like if you saw the 2 colors, you knew what the person's playing.
I mean, I think you could still build like an old school Ruby Sapphire that is both Tamatoas and Oswald and the Kita, and have almost like what we had in set 4 of Ruby Sapphire, but better, right? You can build the Blue Steel with Ruby Sapphire, and it'd still be good.
Please don't tell them, please.
Don't tell them. They don't know. Play the new stuff. Play the Sharks. Play everything else. It's okay.
Yeah.
Give us loose targets. It's cool.
Yeah,
it's cool. It's cool.
Please play cards that die to Zeus.
Play all the 5.
Please let us kill you or banish your answers, please.
Yeah.
Please, well, I gotta say, like all those big decks with Sapphire Steel, Ruby Sapphire, even the Sapphire Emerald, they all have big characters, big cards, and big items. And if you can just deal with them by bouncing them back into their player's hand, you just go, yeah, play it, bounce. And you just deal with them the whole time. So, and the cost of playing a 6+ cost every time is huge. So I believe there's a weakness there that could be exploited, and so it is not invincible.
Yeah, I think the Oswald deck had a good coming out party in that opening weekend, but I think we're so far from this meta being solved, and I think there's a lot of tools that are available. Like we saw the new Aladdin here tonight, and there's been some other cards mentioned as well. And if you think to last season and the deck that DKP won with in Australia, I mean, he was tinkering with that kind of throughout the season and found the right mix there at the end. And I think we could see more of that. There's a lot of powerful cards in this most recent set. And when you introduce dual ink cards, you're bound to get more powerful cards. And I think that's what we're seeing. You think about cards like Ink Geyser, right? Some people are trying it. I don't think we've found the right Ink Geyser deck, but does it exist? Maybe.
Yeah, it's a perfect card for the sideboard.
Yeah.
Well, at this point, I believe it is not the set for this Geyser card.
Mhm.
I was really hyped about this card at first, but there's like 1 or 2, 3 cards missing just to make it like the well-run prison deck.
See, I'm about to tell the truth right now. I was kind of pushing that stock, fully knowing it was not real, because I wanted people to play it so they could deal with the blue-red players for me. But my only move this set was to push propaganda for blue-green so they can withhold this this blue-red apocalypse. But thankfully, people love blue steel because it's a way more fun deck to play. So they did my
Yeah,
job
for
for
sure.
me.
Wow. That is
Well,
quite the villain arc.
That's it. That's it. You guys should have seen me in the 20 lore discords with making a blue red thread, and my goal was originally to just delete it right before a DLC, but like I felt bad, so I just passed the baton to like someone like Sailor that like probably is a little bit more knowledgeable.
Trying to share propaganda. Just
full of tricks over there.
Okay, I gotta say, I was hyping the card real bad when it first got out, so I guess. But I said it. I said it that it was probably not the card for this set, but probably chapter 8, 9.
Yeah.
Somebody will cook with it.
It's just
And
asking to
you
be
also
broken.
have to look at the tools Ravensburger has given us, right? Like Pete shuts down a bunch of decks, we know that. But there's also the new Gantu that we haven't really been seeing a whole lot of. I know it's uninkable and it's only good in certain situations, but I think we might be seeing more of that. There's certainly, at least for blue steel, a lot of hands that card single-handedly will shut down. So if you're looking to combat blue steel, like Habibi mentioned, find them in Platinum. If you find the right spot, that's going to be really effective. Gantu is available. We've been seeing an uptick in things like Benja. So there's options, right? I don't think it's going to just dominate the next 3 or 4 months of this season.
Yeah.
And I've play tested Benja and find them, and like I think where you land is like if you want to play Benja, it is not sufficient enough to have it as like a 1 of 2 of to like have a meaningful purpose or answer to like these item decks. So like your option is play 4 Benja, which who has 4 slots in their deck? Period. Or play a couple of Final Platinums. That's where I landed. I'm just like, I can't fit 4 Benjas. I can't not have an item answer to items. So that's where I
think
landed.
the only deck that I could see running Benja would be like Amethyst Steel, because you can bounce it, and so you don't have to necessarily run all 4 because you can repeat use it. And like they're questing more. I don't know. It's like it's not really a singer where. Sorry if I sound winded. I just did those stupid Nightbot squats.
Respect for doing it.
Wait, who saw it?
Zoologist, by the way, I did notice you put the Ohana mat under your Hades mat like I recommended. It did look slick. He was.
Wait, you did the squats, but you were not. Were you on camera?
I don't need to be on camera. I did.
Like, how do we know you did the squats?
It's a trust game, man. You don't trust.
I don't have a receipt. People are giving their hard-earned points.
That was that wasn't even the hard-earned point one. That was just like random ones.
Wow.
Sorry, hold on. Copy.
Oh,
paste duplicate.
Even the squats are more expensive, man. The inflation on Wonder Points is crazy.
Why do I have to pay 25% more because I'm Canadian? This is kind of ridiculous.
Well, everybody, Mrs. Breezy is giving me death stares through this green screen, so I need to run for my life exclusively. So thank y'all for yapping, but I need to run. So
bye, Breezy.
Bye.
Do those chores.
Yeah. I want to play Turn of Dogs.
I want to play Turn of Dogs.
Okay, that's a little better. All right. I got some more squats I got to do because someone redeemed them.
Well,
isn't that fancy? Just snap it on the back of the chair and we got green screen up.
Yeah. I gotta think
Oh,
about
here we go.
the.
Here's the show.
Oh,
This is what we're all here for.
This is the
it's
only
key
reason I watch the
contents.
ICL.
It's normally not
Now
part of the
I
ICL.
feel obligated to work out immediately when this is over.
Good.
Gotta keep pace.
I mean, I told myself I would do push-ups every single time I lost in the ICL, but like I've just been gaining a lot of weight.
Just haven't
So
been losing, huh?
people just haven't been beating me, man. Like pull up.
Someone's
the-
gonna have to put you in your place.
This is the cost of success.
The
It's a
next
shame
game
I
I'm gonna
can't
go
play in
to
the league,
immediately.
right? I'm gonna put myself in the league on a team just to play you.
Yeah, you're gonna play blue red too. Just to spite.
Oh man, you know it.
Just make sure you play 4 sharks for me. Thank you.
I have to go buy sharks. I own crabs, but I don't own sharks.
Sharks, crabs, all of these like cards honestly
animals aren't
held
cheap.
value way too much. Like I thought they would crash.
Mhm.
Like Lorcana mass prints things. Like let's just all be honest here. Like
Well,
I mean, it's a good thing.
yeah, I gotta
Yeah.
say that the shark, the crab, all those cards are really good. Are they like to the power level that you need to have them in your collection? Maybe, maybe not. But at this point, people are looking at those cards like 50, $80. Well, let's look at other options, I guess.
I think today was the official retail release at big box stores and whatnot. So I think a lot more product will get opened in the near future. So I would expect some of those prices to dip ever so slightly.
especially
Will
with
much
no
more product
DLCs.
get open? Like, there's more available. I guess this set has been selling pretty well. A lot of people
Yeah.
have been saying it's out, but like,
Because the foils are worthwhile. You can hit like a foil Cobra, a foil Bell, and like get like $10-20. That's worth more than like 80% of the legendaries in every other set.
That's a pretty good sign to say give us full art altars, because those would
Yeah.
probably average between $5 and $10, depending on how playable they are. So, all right, here's a question: if they were going to go the Pokemon route and make some full art altars, would you prefer them to pick certain cards each set to do that with, or would you prefer them to just be like, hey, every uncommon gets an alt art and that's it? Or
Make it every
I would
legendary.
lean to.
there's already enchanteds.
Yeah,
Super rares, probably.
Super
I
rare,
think-
or like rares.
I think
Yeah.
super rare and up, maybe.
Yeah, if I can say something about this, I've played Magic for a long time, and at a certain point, they've printed a lot of products. Like,
Yeah,
they were
yeah.
going at it, special this, special that. In the in each set, you had like a normal art, the full art, the extended art, the this and that. For each legendary you could have in a set, you could have like 5-6 variants. And
I
that
hated
is
that
a
too.
lot.
It gets very taxing. Yeah, I think you need to
But-
limit it to one, maybe
My-
two.
And my main
solution-
issue with the way Magic did it, I was perfectly fine with it until they started messing with the booster packs. When they started
Yeah.
being like, we have draft packs, we have promo packs, we have collector's packs, we have collector draft packs, we have collector promo draft all foil packs, and it's just like, what are you doing? I just want to know what I'm gonna get. And then like I would. Like back in the day, you'd play in a pre-release, you'd win a box, me and the buddies would get together, draft the box. Well, then they started handing out collector packs as prizes, and now we can't even draft with the product. Now we have to buy more product from the store. And it's just like, you know, I'm going to eventually buy product. Don't force me to buy it. Let me choose to buy it.
And
So-
they give like a
Saying, Habibi?
3% margin for the store too. So you're like,
So for people that know, I would do the comparison with gacha packs.
Mm.
Like, oh yeah, you have a chance to get that legendary special extreme card. Okay, but what? So
Yeah, we also have the craze for Lord of the Rings collector boosters.
The Final
On that
Fantasy's
point-
crazier. It's crazier. What?
So the reason why Lord of the Rings boosters are so good is because of the serialized aspect of it. And my whole solution with Lorcana is why not just give, because like at the end of the day, you just need more product to be open. Right now, collectors don't want to open product because there's nothing to look forward to. Because even the Enchanteds aren't, unless you get specifically Tamatoa, is not like that worth it in terms of EV. So if you give the degenerate gamblers like myself an opportunity to like keep opening cases to hit the serialized number one Enchanted, I'll do it.
I actually don't.
It sounds
don't
like you're
think
the
that's
target
why.
market for a collector booster because I'm not. I also play a lot of Magic, and still do. I've never been the target market for a collector booster. I've opened, I think maybe 2 in my life, but it sounds like you are. So Habibi, if they started a secondary product that was like a collector booster, which Wonder has already discussed why that might be a bad idea. Are you going and purchasing some or what?
I mean, I'm all in. I'll
Ravensburger's
single-handedly
listening,
like dump all my extras so they give all you guys fun cards to play with. Like that's
You're
that's
why
how
we
this
can't
works.
have nice things.
But if
I
you think
mean-
about it, it solves 2 problems. It makes collectors happy because they have something to open and crack and buy. So Ravensburger can afford to do another DLC because they might be going through. I don't know what's going on, but anyways,
They give away cardboard as prizes. They are not running out of money doing DLCs. And that's not a slight against them. It is a brilliant business move done by multiple card games. They're able to basically make the secondary market pay the winners of their events. And it's kind
which
of
is
a
even
tax
better.
evasion.
They got the amazing opportunity to do that. But like at the end of the day, you give me collector boxes, or even give me something to chase. I open more product, therefore more product is opened, and people like myself open more product, and they empty out their extra legendary Tamatoas to the secondhand market, which takes the price, which makes the casuals happy as well. That's what happened with Magic. If you really look at what happened with Magic with collector packs, like things like Dockside just crash. I mean, Dockside's a special topic, but anyways, like really good, really
Pretty
good
sure
cards.
Dockside's like $70-$80 still.
But it was very expensive,
And
they
it's banned.
Yeah, that's why it's a touchy topic. Rest in peace, the commander format. But anyways,
So it sounds like what you want is still an enchanted case hit, and then each box have like 6 alt arts, and then the rest be foils. Like it replaces the foil in each pack.
could be that,
In
or
6
it could
of
be
the,
like
of the
it could
24
be like
packs.
one in every like 30
Rares and
cases.
up, right?
One in every like 30 cases has like a serialized card, like something ridiculous like
Oh.
that.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I can
Oh,
see
yeah.
that. I mean, I think people were really excited about Enchanteds at the start, but that's waned a little bit, right? You know, most people who've opened a lot of product, they've had that spark of joy when they find that Enchanted, and that probably still exists for a lot of people. But for the heavily invested people, they want a step above that. Is
Yeah,
that
like
what
I
I'm
want
Yeah,
to
I think your
feel something,
excitement's-
man.
I think your excitement's different if you pull an enchanted location versus if you pull an enchanted bell or
That's very
Tamatoa.
true. Not all
Okay.
Enchanteds are
The
created
wall.
equal.
But they're not
There-
like but the difference would be that this new version is a different rarity, right? So when you get your enchanted wall, you're like, this could have been the Elsa of the set. Whereas if you get like a full art,
that's
you're only
almost a
going to compare it
disappointing
to the
feeling.
highest priced full art. You're still like, ooh, I hit like a thing. I hit one of my sub hits. It's like you're not going to be upset when you open a Tamatoa. Like,
You know what the perfect example of this is that who does this? One Piece. One Piece has their manga card, which is basically the ultra rare high hit that's like thousands of dollars that you could pull in every
are
single
they
box.
serialized?
They're not serialized, but it's still like rare enough. It's like one in every like 6 or 7 cases that it's really, really meaningful when you pull something like that. But then they still have the different various rarities, the full arts and all the other stuff to give like the regular collectors something to look forward to, or the regular, the casual collectors.
Well, at the same
You
time,
get one card only.
I believe that Disney is a lot about sharing the story sharing, all those little pleasures you can open in packs and stuff like that. So going into the ultra rare part, I don't believe it's really the way to go. Probably just like Magic has done that, like art cards in set boosters. Like it's really niche, but it depicts characters in another way. Like you have extended art of. It's not a playable card. It's just like a beautiful card.
It's sadly kind of a waste.
That's
mostly
true.
because they don't have a value and they're so common. It keeps them from having a value. Like there's the art cards and then there's the signed art cards, and the signature ones will sometimes be worth a little bit. I personally liked it because it's like a stand-in proxy for cubes, where I was like, oh, I don't need this flooded strand. I can use this full art card as my flooded strand, and we all know it's a flooded strand. Let's go. But alas, the art cards they used, they didn't even do every card in the set. So they did like 2 of the fetch lands in the set, so I couldn't even do the whole set of them. And at that point, I was like, whatever, I'll just use the regulars.
You just gave me an idea, and everyone's gonna disagree. I guarantee it immediately. But picture Willy Wonka Chocolate Factory. All right.
I mean,
there's one
that's
ticket.
Serialized cards, right? That's a serialized card.
But the ticket gets you into Worlds.
Okay, that's cool. I'm on board.
I'm like,
all expenses trip,
as
Disney World, and an invite.
As someone who is qualified for Worlds, we're doing it for 1 ticket. I'd have no problem with it. If they did it for like half the field, I would not be very happy.
Yeah, that would be like hilarious.
No, I don't think. But like maybe up to 3.
Exclusive. Yeah, up to 3. Because like, isn't there like still an unknown amount of like tickets that still have to be filled in? Like
probably have to do 1 for each language region, right?
Was there 28
that's fair,
known
but
qualified
that's
players?
There's 28 known qualified, and they need 32, right? So like maybe that's how they fill it in.
It's a heck of a way to sell Chinese first chapter boxes.
There you go.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
It'd be a shame, though. I think it'd be a shame for that region if somehow that went to an American player who imported it. But,
or just like World's last chance qualifier. We know how it went the first time.
Picture this. You qualify for Worlds. You work hard. You train your entire 2 years of Lorcana history. You sit down across from a guy that got a Willy Wonka ticket and he opens Daisy, 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 and you just lose. Like, I want to be a part of that story.
DeCandio's in chat. He agrees. I think he's going to push your idea, Habibi. 3 laughing faces, that means he's on it. Yeah,
everyone was supposed to disagree with me, but now we're...
Everyone's all aboard it.
Hey, I got to say, been there, done that. 3 daisies in the first 2 turns. The opponent is just like, scoop.
I've lost.
I had a match in the Seattle DLC where I think we played for about 8 minutes and I got aggroed out, and I'm very confident we were the first people done in the entire room. Like, because I scooped, I think on turn 3 or 4 both games, and my opponent was very surprised. Nice woman who was just there to have a good time, and I was done real quick. And that's what Daisy will do to you. That's why they design a card like Daisy, right? It's absolutely the best aggressive card in the game, and it's designed to give players an opportunity to have a start like that that's nearly unbeatable for a lot of decks.
I saw this card when it was revealed. I was like, yeah, this is a good card through and through. Any way you look at it, either defensively, aggressively, like as a first 1-drop, it has everything that you want.
Except it's uninkable, so Amber Steel players don't get to play it. Thank you.
Daisy's uninkable? Wait, did my brain turn off for a second? Did I mishear? What card were you talking about? Daisy, right?
Yeah, Daisy 1-drop.
Oh,
They always bait
unplayable,
Amber.
Habibi, unplayable.
Unplayable, horrible card, right? No one, just stick to Shark, guys. Stick to Shark.
I want to do like a thing with a Magic player or something. It's like, which of these cards sees more tournament play? And it's like, put a Lilo next to like a Cinderella, and it's like, well, can you grasp how good Singer is off the thing, or do you just see like Goblin Guide?
I mean, the first time I saw Cinderella, I called it Soul Ring. Like,
okay,
I just
Wow.
thought that card was so strong.
It is.
That's pretty much Soul Ring. Yeah.
I mean, I have Magic background, and I saw Ariel, and I was like, this is good. I saw Whole New World, and I was just like, this
Will.
is the most busted thing I've ever seen in my life. If I will be the person to break this card, if I can, like, I will play it till I break it. And I played like 1 or 2 games, and I saw someone else with like the Rockstar package in a deck, and I was like, man, maybe it's not as slow as I thought it was, because that was kind of impressive. I mean, I still had like Tinkerbell swords, but then I like shifted into the Rockstar package, and it was pretty nice.
I played Chapter 1, the Amber Steel aggressive deck with the Rockstar, the Captain Hook, and Shift 1. The Lilos, the Lantern. So most of my plays were turn 1, and Lantern turn 1, and on turn 3, playing another turn 1, shifting Captain Hook, Whole New World, deal with it.
Yeah.
And
that Captain Hook was like underrated, so underrated, because no one expected a turn 3 shift. That was like the what? You just shifted on turn 3, sword me? Like,
yeah,
it was amazing.
It's like you go turn 1 Simba or Stitch, turn 2 Lantern Hook, and then on their turn they're gonna cannon the Simba or the Stitch because they're all scared. And on your third turn you like play another Lantern, play 3, shift Hook, sing Whole New World, and next turn I'm gonna have 6 ink to like deploy my hand, sing another Whole New World, and then I start playing Surfers, and it's just like nice Rafiki. Nice.
I had the pleasure actually just a few weeks ago to play in a Chapter 1 only constructed event with a Chapter 1 box up top. And I took it down with Amber Sapphire, which when Chapter 1 was new,
really?
I never played that deck. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna try something new. I didn't really respect One Jump Ahead when it was brand new. So I went back and played that and had a lot of fun.
You didn't play against very many Amber Steel, or did they just not know how to take you down?
I did play Amber Steel. Actually, Panda Omega was in that event. It was a pretty small event, but there's a lot of good players in the Southern California area. I played against him playing Amber Steel, and that was a pretty funny match because he didn't play in set 1. So he's playing set 1 only cards, but didn't play in that time period. I think he might have started in
that had to be really
3.
fun for him, actually. Like
it really was, because we kind of talked through it, and he doesn't know what's in my deck or what's going on exactly, and it was a fun tournament just based on that alone.
Well, if he's watching and he has to play again, you have to go as wide as you can, and then you just like wipe their board with like a swords and a tinker or something, and then or you just like turn sideways over 2 turns. But like you just have to, you can't let them get ahead at all, because that's the only way they can beat you, is if they can like get a surfer out. Like if they can ramp into big things without you just being like, well, look at my board. Like if all they're doing is challenging with a 4/8.
Hey,
it's funny talking about just Chapter 1 format. It might not be too relevant for a lot of people, but there are other regions playing just Chapter 1 right now. So yeah, I think Amber Sapphire, when it was new, at least in the States, it wasn't as respected as maybe it should have been.
I missed when Swords. I miss when Swords was enough. It hasn't been
Swords
enough
was a
for so long.
staple.
Yeah.
Amber Sapphire did a fantastic job of beating up on Ruby Amethyst, and like that's its role in the meta in my mind. I don't really know how it did against the Emerald Amber aggro list, like the Cusco Genie list, but I'm assuming it wasn't that bad because they can ramp into answers pretty quickly. But maybe if they got like Doc into Cusco into Genie and was able to like interact enough, and they didn't have Hades, like I could see maybe them beating down fast enough. But I want to play some set one. I don't know. That was
Yeah.
in my mind. That was my.
It was a
prime.
lot of fun. Like
I wanna-
I drove by myself for like an hour to that event. Judge Phil unfortunately decided to be busy that day. He didn't join me, but it was a good time. I'm glad I went.
Oh.
I want to go back to chapter 1 and play my janky mill deck.
Mr.
Well-
Big
No.
Dr. Facilier
With the
from set
Dr.
one.
Facilier cards, Holy World, the genies, Mickey Mouse, like the Do It Again, Lady Tremaine, all those. It was janky.
It was really the Wild Wild West back then, but it was a lot of fun.
I remember Diego Saz. We played on Pixelborn Connect. We played like early tournaments back in the day, and he milled me out with a Lady Tremaine, Genie, just singing wheels, just constantly revolving wheels. I was like, okay, I guess I lose here.
I mean,
like
that
66
worked.
cards.
That worked until the Ruby Amethyst players started playing 67 cards, and I'm like, oh my god, because the mirrors were just going to the bottom of their decks. And I'm just sitting there, like, damn it, man. Like, I tried to do the math and not tell. Like, what I do is I count the ink and then the discard, so I don't grab their deck, and I just obviously give them a big tell that I'm trying to mill them. So I go like, oh, how much ink do you have? Oh, let me look at your discard, and they think I'm just looking for B preps. I'm just counting, and then I figure I did the math, and all of a sudden they still have like 5 cards left. And like, you're over 60. They're like, yeah. I'm like, oh no.
That's why you actually just count their deck.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to like skip steps, but it's not working. Cusco used to be broken in set one. Cusco was like
$18
literally just in
for a
time
little bit?
Cusco.
Yeah,
That's
crazy.
High five, Cusco. That's what I played.
Yeah.
Sapphire.
That's back when Sapphire was the best color. Debatable.
that one when we couldn't get cards and you just threw 2 starter decks together and did pretty okay.
Yeah, pretty much. Back when rares used to cost $25.
Oh my god.
I'm trying to get Lilos,
spent,
man.
I spent a lot of time loitering around Target around those couple months.
Yeah.
Like, I remember at Toys R Us in Canada, we had like, oh yeah, you can have 2 packs per person. Okay. How many friends do you have?
Depends what color combination you're playing.
But yeah, so there were limited products at the moment, and it was really tough to get the cards, and the packs were like double the price they are now. So
They've gone up. Set one packs are worth like a good chunk right now.
How much?
There were
I
some
didn't check.
restocks at big box stores recently too.
Which is like shocking. I just thought it would tank again, so I stopped looking at it, and then like somebody offered to buy one of my cases. But yeah, sure, they'll give it to you for X amount, and then they're like, "Are you sure?" I'm like, "Wait, hold on, let me check." That's not a good reaction. No, let's look at the price right now. Set one packs are going for. Oh, you can't even search it up. Like if you just search up Lorcana.
I know our local store
like 12.
for Phil and I sell them for like 15.
Yeah, 15 USD on TCG right now. It's gone up
Yeah.
23% in the last 3 months.
Wow, converted in Canadian dollars, that means like $21.
And plus the tariff, it's like at least 100.
Oh, that's outrageous. When I got to the
Really?
finals, of that set one tournament, my opponent wanted to split, and the first place was a box, and second place was some loose packs, and I'm like, well, if we split, we have to open the box. I don't want to open the box. So just based on that alone, we played it out, and I was fortunate enough to win. But yeah, I want to keep that box sealed.
Set one packs have got in 6 months have gone up 47%. That is nuts, especially considering they're handing them out like hotcakes at every DLC ever.
Well, there's supposed to be a restock too going on right now too. Like
Yeah,
in
but
Target.
the cost of going to a DLC is like, when you think about it, like the travel, the renting a room, cards and stuff like that.
I mean, I'm pretty sure a lot of people, when they just go to DLCs and they farm the side events, they sell those promos. They make back a lot.
I've gone to, like, I mean, I've had decent success, but like, even if I like did really bad, like in the tournament days that I did do good, I would break even just off of like Cinderellas and Rapunzels and stuff like that. It also depends on like if you buy and sell it immediately versus if you wait like 2-3 weeks and then it crashes and then you sell it, versus if you're willing to just hold on to something for a year or until the next set of DLCs. Like there's like different games, I guess. But you shouldn't be going to any DLC to make money or
Diamond
become
hands on my Mickey.
financial gains.
Well,
Diamond hands, baby.
I'm trying not to lose that much when I go to tournaments. So
It's like mitigating.
I'm really competitive. That's one thing, and like I go there to win. I go there to have something. So at least I got my plane tickets covered.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing.
You want to talk about not losing money? Try being a judge at these events. That's hard.
I'm still bitter. I played in the Sunday competitive side event for Continentals, and I got 9th place on Breakers, which is a big difference in prizes. Let me tell you, with the Cinderella mat not included. So that one stung a little.
I mean, with most DLCs, like you get 3 shots at making your entire trip free. You get the Friday event right before your DLC or whatever day it is. You get the actual event, and then if you fail at that, you have the next day competitive event. So you have 3 chances to do, I would say, like above average or really good, or you don't even have to do like crazy good because you just have to tie with the guys in top 16.
Yeah.
Right. So like it just almost seems like a no-brainer. And then if you fail to do all of that, you can shell out a lot of money and then farm side events and play that game. But and then a day, like it's hard to like make financial sense. But at the end of the day, it's a fun game, right? We're going there to meet new people, have fun. So like the added benefit is like you're interacting with new players and connecting with people while playing a game that you love in a more competitive environment. Rather do that than play with locals.
I have a potentially controversial opinion. I think entry to DLCs is too cheap. And the caveat to that is any extra money that goes into paying to get in the building, I think should go towards the staff and the people putting it on and you know, judges that are losing money in some cases to be there. If your 2,000 player event is selling out in a mere seconds, there's an imbalance in the system. And that's not to say I want people to be priced out or anything like that. But I just feel like there's room for improvement, and that will probably come at a cost.
You're asking for too much. It's a small indie game company, man. What are you?
I mean, you could look at the price of like the LCQ that was up higher than what a regular DLC was, and that still sold out immediately, right?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
I don't like these capitalistic opinions. I don't like it one bit.
How about we let everyone join the DLCs? Socialism.
I mean, our DLC.
The people in the chat obviously point out that the player cap's a little too low, but if we get into 5,000 player tournaments, then there's a whole host of.
I don't think they'll staff up.
We could just do more DLCs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the logical solution.
I just feel pressured to judge everyone, though. Be at everyone.
You don't have that pressure. That's an imaginary.
Would you have that pressure
Want to.
if there was a DLC every 2 weeks? I mean, all right. So a perfect world in my mind, there would be a DLC in North America and a DLC in some other part of the world at least once a month. So like 2 DLCs a month. So maybe 12 North American or North/South American DLCs. Maybe go.
We only have so much vacation time, man.
Yeah.
I have enough that you're not required to go to all of them. Don't be expected to go to all of them.
I love watching Lorcana so much that I would love to play day one of a DLC, get back to my hotel, and when I should be sleeping, turn on the European coverage for their St.
This is Atlanta, like when we were watching Lil as well.
Yeah,
Bro,
exactly.
you're not thinking the right way. You gotta like book a ticket and then fly over and then make it right before the beginning of the next one. That's a true
Chat
degen
saying
strat.
have 2 DLCs at the same time, one on the East Coast and one on the West Coast.
So
that could work theoretically, yeah.
So if we were to create another tier of play, so the only reason I bring this up is I remember something that happened with Magic. They had Grand Prix and Pro Tours. And so what they would do is if Pro Tour was going to be in Ireland, say Dublin, they would have GP Dublin the week before. So competitors would go to Ireland for like a week and a half, and they'd play in a GP and then spend the week vacationing, and then the next weekend play in the Pro Tour. And that was one of the coolest things I saw, because like for me, when I go and I fly to a thing, I'm not going to book extra days for vacation. So this is them being like, no, you're going to have to spend more money to be there if you want to do that. And it's kind of a nice thing. And then that gives you like a week of testing with like out of town people that you normally would only digitally test with. It'd be kind of nice.
I mean, if the part of the benefit is you want to like give better value to judges, I would say like, why not just do what Magic does and give them like judge foils or like judge cards, like special judge cards? Why are they getting the entry level Dragonfire that everybody gets? Like, give them something that just says judge.
I'm assuming it has to do with like them becoming employees and things like that. I know that Wizards had so many issues with paying judges and having, I don't even know if they've even solved it to this day, honestly.
But pay them with cards. What's the downside to that?
It's a really weird market. The secondary market having to
prices.
fund you, it gets really awkward.
I mean, if you get like super exclusive judge foils, let me tell you, those applications to be a judge are going to go up quite a bit.
Also, at the same time, because those judge cards are so unique, there are also employee cards, like really niche cards, and it's hard to put a price tag on those things.
I think I'm kind of talking myself out of my own point here, but like I think the corruption would be crazy. I'm just thinking now, like I would it would just literally turn into a marketplace. The judges wouldn't even be available for like the game.
So the thing about even the judge shirts that we got, right? We were told, you're only going to get 2 or 3 for the entire season. So if you've worked 2 or 3 events, like those are the only judge shirts you'll get, because people were taking their judge shirts and reselling them. And there was this like whole aftermarket where it got really awkward. Which is why also for the North American Continental, we actually had to return our judge shirts because they didn't want us keeping it. They didn't want to facilitate this aftermarket thing where people were going to sell them.
I'm still shocked. I haven't had the pleasure of coverage, but I'm shocked that they make the players return those shirts in those instances.
So here's a question. Would that be an issue if they were paid more? Is that the type of thing that, like, if someone's not... I honestly have no idea what the payment issue is, and I'm not trying to, like, start an issue, but, like, I'm, like, that just sounds like something to me that the person who is doing something isn't being paid enough to motivate them not to steal something worth not very much money. Unless the shirts are worth thousands,
causes
maybe.
these situations, right? Like, if you put somebody in a situation where they're like down to their paycheck and using their personal money to like do something for the community, they're gonna find ways to cut corners. I don't know.
This is my own personal thing, and I had an issue with Atlanta, which cost me a little bit more because I wanted to do Atlanta.
You broke out.
What's up?
You broke out.
So this is like my own personal story, but like my cost for judging for these events, if I include Atlanta, I made less than minimum wage for all all of the events that I've worked. And the events that I made back money would have been the events like Vegas, where I had less travel to do. Right, we just drove to Vegas. Versus like when I flew to Atlanta, I had to redirect my flight because of the storms. I missed a day of pay because I made it that Saturday morning. I flew in at 4 a.m., got to the hotel at 5, showered, and left at 5:30 to go over to the convention center.
It's a labor of love for sure.
Yeah. So I mean, like I've made less than minimum wage. So when I'm reporting these on taxes right now, I have to factor in all my travel, all that stuff. Every one of the DLCs I've been to, I've split rooms and then that kind of stuff. So I've tried to save as much as I can. But on the flip side, like they gave us promos, right? We did get for each of the DLCs, we got one Cindy, one Rapunzel, the Dragonfire, and the whatever the con promo was at the time. So, I mean, at Atlanta, if I sold those on the spot, yeah, I make back money. And now at this point, like with those Rapunzels, if I sell them, I make some money back. But it feels weird to have to sell those as a person who's like very passionate about the game. Like I have my own collection, right? Like I really enjoy collecting the game. I really like part of it. So then having to be like, oh, I worked for this. I got this as like a small bonus, which wasn't originally factored into your pay at all. And now it's just like, oh, and I have to give this up just to afford to be able to work these events. It's kind of rough.
And not all promos are created equal, right? Like Cusco, for example.
Or Cusco.
Cusco compared to Rapunzel is a big difference.
How does that work, man? Why is the only card I kept like 20 copies of freaking worthless? Like, can we talk about this? First Amber Steel, they don't give me an upgrade for 3 sets. Then they make the only promos I keep, which is Just in Times, which is not a promo, just a card I've stock hold. And Cusco, worthless. Like, come on.
I mean, we did just talk about that Cusco was really good in set 1, so we got to find more of these set 1 events.
Propaganda. I keep pushing propaganda, man.
I speculated on about 50 Maui's fish hooks at some point, and they're collecting dust in a box somewhere.
Yeah, I went in with you on that. I bought a TCG player, and then they didn't go anywhere.
I didn't know at the time. I know there's a few people on this call that come from Magic or are familiar with the Magic market. When I got into Lorcana, I had no idea foils were going to have the multiplier that they do, just because in common day Magic, at least, some of the old original foils, when foils first came out, those are worth a ton. But if you open a foil in a pack nowadays, a lot of times it's worth less than the normal counterpart. Lorcana, it's obviously the exact opposite. So
it wasn't that way at the first.
True.
It took a little bit,
and we'll see if it goes that way with set 7. I mean, these foils are pringling. Right?
I mean, foils are statistically like within a percentage point of rarity to enchanteds, if you want like a foil legendary specifically. So like it makes sense for them to be that crazy valuable. They are very hard to find. Coming from a person that bells, even a common is difficult to find. But like as a person that tries to go max rarity and has recently given up on the whole ordeal, it is so hard to find a playset of anything that's playable because everyone wants to keep them, and the people that are selling them are not going to sell them for market price. So you're just paying premiums.
You're giving up your enchanted lifestyle?
Oh yeah, it's not sustainable at all.
I gotta say,
job.
I gotta say, as a competitive player, like having foils in my deck is a no-go for me. I just can't, because readability on camera, or like if I have one foil in a playset and the others are not foil, it kind of gives some hints to my opponent. So I try not to have foils at all. So if you see me and I have my cards, I probably have some foils to trade.
Yeah, it happened in the ICL. I was watching.
Phil's excited about this prospect.
Yeah, I love foils. I collect. I have like a one of master set of foils, and then if they're playable, I try to play. Collect some for my deck.
True.
All right, it's been a pleasure, guys. I'm gonna take off for the night. Grab some dinner here on the West Coast. But thanks for having me.
That's what I'm doing right now. I'm eating some leftover Chinese food. Thanks for hanging out with us, Shane. You did fantastic tonight.
Appreciate it. Have a good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
Now to figure out which of these was his camera.
Yeah, man. I'm so glad I'm not leaving the Enchanted game. Also, I'm realizing very quickly in colder climates and changing climates, these Enchanteds and foils start to curl, and now I'm like maintaining my deck and putting it under a weight and like humidity. And I'm
Yeah.
like it's like, come on, like I just want to play with my cards.
I think supposedly the best thing about like the best way to treat curling is humidity.
Yeah.
Making sure they stay in like a range between like 30 and 60% is what I hear.
I feel like I'm growing a plant. Like, am I
Yeah.
gonna get another Cindy after a month, or what's happens here? Like,
Yeah. And it's definitely hard. Like, all my boxes have like either silica packets or some way to measure the humidity and whatnot. And
silica packets have been a game changer for me. Yeah, that was a smart one. I was skeptic, but it works.
Well, what's your
humidifier right next to my collection because we have baseboard heating here in Michigan, so it's a dry heat that comes out, and it's bad for the cards.
Oh, really?
Oh my.
Yeah, because they constantly change as the seasons change, and you're just like, all right, I'm not touching them now, and then like the humidity will change, and they'll like go back to flat, and you're like, all right, we're good.
Not to like push any product. There's like this product though that I checked into. It's called Foil Armor. They have like these packets that they essentially regulate the humidity in a very small space to about the range that you want your foils to be at. And they have saved some of my Enchanteds. Like I traded people, they wanted playables. Like I had a non-curled Maui, and they're like, well, I really want to play this Enchanted Maui. It's like, all right, dude, fine. I'll take your curled Maui. I'll fix it. But yeah, and it works. It really works.
Use promo code Judge Phil for 5% off.
I wish I was sponsored.
So if a card is curled because it is foil and got the humidity, is it possible to fix it?
Yeah. You have to go one way or the other, right? You have to figure out if it's too humid, so the card's too moist, and you got to dry it out a bit, or if it's too dry, then you got to reintroduce moisture back in.
It's not or voice. It's not about the cold climate in the chat. It's literally humidity. So like it just tends to be like when people have colder climates, it tends to be more humid or not less humid.
Tends to be drier, yeah.
Yeah, drier in the air.
Humidity
So it's
changes more often. Yeah.
Yeah, but the colder heat doesn't really make a difference. I tried just putting like a hair dryer to a card to see if it uncurled, not my Enchanteds obviously, but to a foil, and just it didn't work. It's fully to do with like humidity, which is crazy to think. I just rather, as mentioned, I rather just have a regular copy, so I don't have to worry about like all these extra steps, and not have to worry about like camera glare, which and blinding people.
No, that's a good point though. The camera glare is serious sometimes.
Yeah.
On any of these events, it's really tough.
So
Enchanted under
they could
the
fix
sink
that with
to get it
better
wet.
lighting.
Well, there's ways to do that, but you probably have glare at some places on your field, so you gotta find them and mark them one way or another, and just not put cards in there. Or if you put cards, put your deck there.
But that's the thing. It's another thing to think about, right? Like
Yeah.
you want to be like focused on your hand, your opponent, their body language, the play, the ink. All of these things are important aspects of the game. I don't also want to think about where did I place my Cinderella? Because if it's to the left quarter of A13, like then no one sees it. It disappears. It goes stealth.
I have to tell Pavel to fix some of the layouts in Pixel One Connect because the nameplates that's on the camera screen, like it blocks a little bit of your play space too.
Yeah, and when
Did you
if
not
you have like
notice
the
he
creator mode,
adjusted it?
Did he notice? Did he?
He took the icons down. I didn't see the icons weren't on the screen anymore. I asked him if I could toggle them, and he just took them down, I guess. So big shout outs. I thought it made the board a lot more legible to read.
So the hand cam is one thing I've been pushing him to start to get towards doing is like it literally covers half of your screen. So like if they can like literally just cut that in half, like that would have been beautiful.
It'd be really cool if he can just add the ability to do multicam, so that you could have,
or even crop it. You know,
Yeah.
allow you to crop the hand cam for the creators.
But I mean, Pixelborn, for what it is, Pixelborn Connect's really good. Like,
yeah, thanks, Pavel.
To be
play
fair,
it online.
To be fair, it is kind of a stopgap, but just buy another camera. Like, I'm buying another camera to show my hand. I don't need a special screen on the Pixelborn to do it. Like, it's going to just make things... Yeah, it's going to make it worse for my opponent. Like, and it doesn't even need to be set up through Pixelborn. Like, I can just do it through OBS. I had a hand cam, but my camera broke. So
You don't even need another camera. You could just use your phone.
Yeah, but...
You could Bluetooth your phone as a camera and put it right behind you.
My phone has better jobs, like letting me surf the internet while I'm supposed to be streaming. While I stream.
How am I gonna watch like TikToks while
At
like
least
my
you're
opponent, my blue opponent, just placed 18 items?
Are you gonna doom scroll while your opponent decides whether or not to ink for the Mori's workshop?
Yeah, should I ink for the 19th time this turn, or should I not? And I'm just sitting there with like a one aerial.
Answering the phone would be really awkward.
Well, it's kind of the same vibe as the Sapphire Emerald player doing like, okay, I'm gonna sing this, put ink this, do this, do this, do this. Okay, so what is the net result? Well, I bounce the character back to your hand, and I have one more character on my side for 20 inks. Pass. They'll be like, oh, okay, that's good. 5 minutes? Yeah, 5 minutes. Good.
I mean, there's going to be eventually a card like there's that new card in this set called Water Has Memory, where you look at the top 4 of the player's deck. And there's going to be a character that does that on a stick that's going to be decent, and it's just going to break webcam games because there's like no way to resolve that.
Here's another hot take everyone's going to disagree with. This time they'll actually disagree with me though. We should have chess timers for competitive matches. Both players should not be able to like, one player should not be able to like use 30 minutes of the round and another player uses like 10 or 20. That is like a significant disadvantage, and it very often forces one player to then
because they know the
decisions.
Time. They know the clock, and they're sitting there going, hey, like, you know, I need you, like, I'm gonna win in like five turns, right? But you need to let me get my turns before this goes to time.
Exactly. And it's a game that people actually play, and especially with the rise of like if Ravensburger is going to make red and blue the best decks for all of eternity, okay, cool, but like do something about the time, because the mirror matches just is literally just draw city.
No, I mean, like I tried really hard to get Pavel to let me run a timer on LCCC matches, because it can be rough sometimes, and I get that they're the best players in the world or whatever, but watching someone take 10 minutes on a turn to decide whether or not they're going to Zeus something.
Yeah.
Am I losing this turn or not? I'm like, come on, like I'm supposed to be working right now. I can't be sitting on this match
exactly. Forever. Like, can you imagine like some like chess like that, like where one player gets to like take as much time as they want to make their next move? That's essentially what we're doing. We're making key decisions. So like you should be punished for taking an extra long time to make a decision. You should also like learn to manage your time as a player. Like you shouldn't take 20. I've had blocks. I'm for sure, but like,
why are we rewarding aggro decks? Why are we punishing people who want to play decks that allow them to play 15 cards a turn? Hey, you know, if you wanted to play 15 cards a turn, you could play the deck. No, you just wanted to play your little characters and turn them sideways. That's not my fault that's how you have fun. You shouldn't be hating on me because I like to go popsicle, draw a card, bell, crack it, play Tamatoa, return 2 popsicles to hand, or like exert 4 things, put a Scooget in play, trigger.
But that's exactly what I want to hate on you.
That's good lore. That's some healthy Lorcana. That is Lorcana the way.
Ravensburger intended.
Yeah. I gotta say that I said it once. I'll repeat it any number of times. I like to play my aggro decks like I play Control. And that is like big chess move and being like, okay, I am the supercomputer analyzing all the moves. Here's, yeah, this is what I do. Okay, pass.
I mean, I agree though that like
Flights
that's
to California.
some of the games really like we even saw it on the last match of tonight. They won game 1 within 15 minutes, or something within 15 minutes. And I told them, you have 46 minutes left on this match, and they're like, "Oh, we're not going to need all that time." And come to it, the guy sits there, RJ, and I tell them on call with them, say, "Hey, there's 5 minutes left in this match," and he spends 2 minutes figuring out whether or not he's going to win or lose, like with the Alice play. Like, that's kind of rough because if we go to turns and he somehow clips, gets to be able to stall for a little bit, this could go to a draw just because of how long it's taking. If he was able to find an out to get it into a draw at that point. Whereas, as soon as it went over to DJ's side, he's like, "Cool, turn sideways, pass turn," right? Like that's because he knew that there was 2 minutes left on the clock at that point. So it gets really rough.
I think it should be tracked at the very least. If it's not going to be chess timer, it should be something that's tracked and like treated as like a judge call or a warning.
I was about to give a warning, just to speed it along. Like we're not really tracking that kind of stuff in ICL, but just as like, hey, please push it along. If I were to see like this is slow play, I would have awarded extra turns or anything that we needed for the match. But yeah,
I think there's a place for it. Like I'm saying for like the top end competitive like events, yes. Like I'm not saying like at your average locals, everyone go buy a chess clock and start like smashing the tables in their local TCG. Lorcana players are going to be hated very quickly if that ends up being the norm. Like I think it's more so a matter of like at the high level, I know how to play Amber Steel. Wonder knows how to play Amber Steel. There is no reason why I should take 20 minutes to make a decision and then leave Wonder with like 2 minutes left on the clock when to go to turns because I decided I wanted to utilize and abuse the
yeah, but
like,
I
the
wouldn't
honor
let
that
you
have.
take 20 minutes. I would have called a judge to speed your ass up.
But that's the thing. Me and yourself are like extroverted enough or like not. I don't want to know the word for it, but like
experience
enough to like identify that
for your fans. For your fan,
yes,
your fan voice really wants you to smile. So you can not smile. That's fine. You're allowed to do whatever you want. I got you to smile a little bit. Sorry.
Well,
no, I think at the end of the day, like we're confident enough to go call a judge, but like there's a lot of players, especially in Lorcana, that are not like then genuinely having like anxiety issues or like get too shy to call a judge. So I just feel bad for those situations because you can just take advantage of somebody in that scenario, right?
Oh yeah, and I definitely think it's we saw this even in we go back to like Melbourne, right, where even these players who are at the top tables, they may not know when it's appropriate to call a judge or how to call for a judge.
So, what their rights are as a player.
Yeah, so it's a lot of just reinforcing that hey, players, you have these options. Please utilize them because both players are responsible for the clock. Obviously, we're spoiled for ICL matches or for LCCC matches where we have a table judge essentially on every match. We're here, we're watching, we're making sure everyone's playing cleanly. We're making you aware of the clock. We're making you aware if you're taking extravagantly long for your turns. But the average player at a DLC or their set champs or whatever, there's one judge to every like 50 players or every 60 players, right? We're not going to be able to watch
your
closely.
mic does not like you.
My mic not like me? I'm sorry. It's because I keep turning my head.
It's like in and out. In.
Yeah,
and out.
I'm very like I'm moving bobbing. But the average player isn't going to have the knowledge or just experience to call for a judge, and that's really tough.
I think there's like a little bit of a difference here with the ICL too, right? Because it is competitive, but it's also entertainment at the same time, and we don't want to sit here for too long, and nobody wants to sit there and watch you make a turn for 5 minutes where you're thinking if you're going to Zeus something or not. It's not as entertaining then. So keeping that in mind as well, like you want to keep moving as much as you can within the means
Yeah.
of still being competitive, right?
I would
Dakota,
agree
you
with that, but that's what the casters are for. Like that, we got to have them.
Right.
Like that's your job. You've got to fill that dead air while the player tanks on the Zeus. You're going over like, well, they're taking a long time because they have like multiple choices. Like I don't even really know what the right play here is. Like, do we Zeus this like over here, like whatever imaginary character 1 is? Do we Zeus imaginary character number 2, knowing that they're going to challenge or singer? And you just kind of have to fill it with hypotheticals and like
Right.
realistically these are the things that high level players are also thinking of. It's just a lot of them come and go so quickly that it's natural. It's like you've seen this board state so many times that it's just like, oh, I know I don't want to do this, or like I know that I'm rewarded for doing this. Or you glance at the board and you just like you know how to quickly read it in a way to not get punished, and that just takes practice, time, repetitiveness.
I think the casting responsibility is like a big one, because not only is the dead air, and I won't say I'm not a person that's done this before. 100% I have, but
You love to
when you're
talk though, so there's not dead air with you, baby.
no, yeah, that's a thing. Like you love to talk, and there's never dead air 100%, but you have to also like relapse, and I think this is like a weakness that all casters except for like the pros have to work on, is when there is something happening in the game, let's focus on commentating on what's happening in the game.
Bro,
'Cause
my
I've
stories
seen
are
stuff.
more important.
Yeah.
You want to hear about my stories more than the third ink of a game. I don't
Like,
if
at the
they
end of the
wanted
day,
me
they're
to
not here to hear-
commentate over their game, they should have better gameplay.
Well,
that's fair, but like I think I've heard complaints in the past, not necessarily for the ICL, but like
Definitely
people
directed
going
at
back
me
to watch
'cause
your
I-
games.
I
Definitely not
will
you.
get
Definitely not you,
distracted.
for sure.
Definitely not me.
Well, I gotta say, it is the caster's responsibility to make it so that anyone just hearing the game could follow like the
Exactly.
general idea of the game, not necessarily being like, okay, we have this player inking a third card, playing this card, and thinking, okay, passing turn, and you're just monologuing the whole action vibe and not necessarily
100%.
putting your personal input, like your personal view, what you think, like how like maybe that player is thinking, or like putting other ideas in the mix to make it more interesting. So it is also the casters to a responsibility to keep people entertained.
It's to be an
And
entertainer and tell the story
Yeah.
of the. I think JDC said it best, but like your job is to tell the story of the players. It's not to sit down there and become a coach and be like, hey, I as the better Amber Steel player would have done this. Like that's not your purpose. It's not your job. I mean, I'm a victim. Not a victim. I'm I'm the guy that does that. But like your job and your responsibility is to like tell their story and make them. And at the end of the day, if me and Wonder are having a conversation about our favorite Magic cards, and
Well, I do agree talking about other games. I should not tell those stories for sure, but telling stories about Lorcana that have to do with the plays they're doing, to an extent,
yeah,
for sure.
I think there's a
I'm
balance.
mostly
There's a
being
balance.
sarcastic. It is definitely something that I personally have to work on.
Likewise, myself.
Yeah, and there's also, giving people information, right? Like new cards that come out, like, oh, this is the Scrooge. You can turn 4 things sideways in order to play it, and like explaining that card because, you
can say how you feel about
sometimes
it.
there's newer, right? You say how you feel about it. You explain what the card does, right? You inform new people that don't know. You kind of got to do a mix of things.
It's the perfect way to fill
tonight's
dead
stream
air.
was really good too.
Right.
It's a great in explaining the new cards. Talking about the plays, just looking at
more squats.
So what I find interesting also is having someone like high like how can I say that, someone who is more like new player oriented and someone that is more like higher competitive level play oriented. So the explanation, like the deep level is there, but if you want to put grab everybody else and bring them back in, like telling them, okay, this is what is really happening, and this is why this comment was made earlier. Oh, okay, this haha moment, and people follow. So, like that kind of pairing is like amazing.
Classic play-by-play and color commenter.
And as Judge Phil said, there's gonna be a lot of dead time in between plays, so we'll have our opportunity to talk about whatever the hell we want to talk about.
Sometimes you have like, it's like if you and I were playing a game and it's like Steel Song Mirror, like we're gonna be blowing through those turns most of the time. There's gonna be one or two spots that we like sit and we're like, oh man, I actually have a choice.
Yeah.
Like, so then, but it's really hard. So these squats, man. Whew, it's really hard to
I was like, why are you
be
panicking?
able to like. I'm really heated about this topic, guys.
You and me, we played Amber Steel Mirror. It's like heart palpitations.
I did some push-ups too. I so
what is your mic set?
That terribly sexy JDZ has just started a scene, right? Where now I feel required to get a suit jacket. And so I went suit jacket shopping. And it really was kind of a slap in my face about how my belly's stopping some suit jackets from being buttoned up the proper way. And I'm like, you know what? Like, I've been ragging myself to get into shape and da-da-da. I'm going to need to do this exercising. As Broham's doing me some solid and making me do more squats. Ooh, but as I was saying, two people who are very quick players.
Talk about your mic setup, because you're doing squats and push-ups and stuff, and your mic sounds wonderful. And
eating
Judge
food
Phil here
like,
barely turns his head and he's gone.
We hear him perfectly, and he's done squats, push-ups, burpees, eating food, went downstairs, grabbed the cat, brought him upstairs.
He's every time he does a burpee, he's taking a bite of food on the down, right? Like, that's how he's getting.
That's why I'm not losing weight. I have a FI mic, Fifi mic. I think there's more letters to it.
Man, all that, and Judge Phil turns 1 millimeter away from his microphone. You stop hearing it.
No, it's not that. It's not his turning his face. It was doing it when he was not moving as well. Some things just do that.
True.
Yeah, I mean, I have a Blue Yeti mic. It's pretty decent, but I have it set up so that I try to cut down my keyboard sounds. My keyboard goes crazy. Everyone hears my keyboard when I type. Yeah.
Oh,
so
it's
I think, like,
the trail off.
Kind of messed it up, trying to reduce the pop. And stuff.
You gotta change the gain and all that fun stuff.
Yeah.
I used the Blue Yeti for a while. It's a great mic actually. You're right.
I Blue Yeti, it's great.
Yeah.
Well, it's been lovely. I will go have some sleep if I want to be in shape tomorrow, because tomorrow it is the Charlie Collectible show, and I will be casting in it. So yeah,
I'll be casting with you at least
that's true.
once.
Oh, nice.
At least one time we're going to be casting together. I think twice.
It went up to a 12K, right?
Yeah,
I believe so.
It keeps going up every time. Like the first one I did was at 8K. It got bumped up to 10K, and this time it's 12K. Like, seriously, we love it.
Tomorrow I'm judging a quad case, which sounds cool on paper, and then you compare it to a 12K and you go, oh, it's about a little over 10% of that price out.
Gotta say that a 4 case is like huge in Quebec. Like seriously, the tournaments in Canada, like we don't have like those 10Ks, 12Ks kind of vibe.
You gotta come to Ontario.
Yeah.
It's worth it.
How far
it's worth
away
it.
is that? Is that
Like
like
From my place, it's like 7.5 hours.
Oh
Oof.
damn, never mind. Don't come to Ontario, I guess.
That's like you get a car full of people and you're spending
that a
like
drive or a
a
flight?
weekend.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on how hardcore you are, I guess.
Quebec is that far from. Wow.
Yeah, well, I'm in the far east of Quebec, like
Oh.
so the road is long.
The world is long.
So anyway, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much, y'all, and let's see you tomorrow.
I'll see you tomorrow. You
Time
have a
does
good
that
night.
start?
Oh, I think the event starts at 9 a.m. I don't know if our stream
9 a.m.
starts at-
Central Time.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just assume everyone knows Central Time. I'm just ignorant. I'm just like, yep, I say a time, it's Central Time. Everyone knows that. Like, why wouldn't they?
The world revolves around Central, or wherever I am.
Okay, see ya.
See ya.
Bye.
Yeah.
Good one.
CCS is tomorrow.
Yep.
There's a lot of big events actually. Like it's kind of interesting because we have suddenly just events every weekend for the next like month, pretty much.
Thank God, man.
And then you go into set champs, and then you go right into set 8. So a lot of back and forth.
True.
Because we have CCS this weekend.
Then
I have a quad case this
WCC
weekend.
is in
WCC?
Thing.
What's that?
There's a event in SAC on the 5th of April. I have a 3K next weekend.
Then there's something in Denver, some Star City Games thing.
Yeah,
I didn't
yeah.
realize that was the equivalent of a GP. It's like it's a Magic GP that also has Lorcana events at it.
The meta is gonna change drastically in the next few weeks. Can't wait for it.
Yeah, someone's gonna break Blue Steel. I'm all for it.
Yeah, I'm sure that
comes
deck
out-
really needs it.
Comes out May 26th or 29th, something like that. One of those. End of May is what the pre-release is. May 29th is the pre-release date.
Pre-release for the next set.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
We're
this
already
one was
talking about
like,
next set.
this set was
Well, I mean,
delayed by like
this set. So set 6. The average timeline for a set is about 12 and a half weeks. 12 weeks. Set 6 went 16 weeks, so that's why it felt absurdly long. And because of that, set 7 only has 11 weeks in it, and we're already 1 week in, right? Almost 2 weeks in. So
2 weeks
yeah.
in. Today
it's
was Box Day.
It's going to
Big
feel
Box
really,
Day.
really short, especially because, even though we don't have DLCs and stuff like that to push for, set champ months come by really fast, and the people that grind those are like 2 tournaments a weekend and for 4 weeks straight. It's pretty rough. And as a judge, I try to judge as many as I can. So.
All right, so rate this card. I'm gonna make up. If this was in the next set, is this too powerful? I think it is, but make it.
If I
like a
swear to
3
God,
cost-
if it's
make it a
blue-
Pete. Make it
if it's
a
blue.
3 cost 3/3 that quests for 1, and it says until the end of your next turn. Whenever like players can't draw cards. Whatever it is, it's too good. The Candy already knows it's going to be too good.
It's just straight
What
top.
It might just be too good with
That's
Whole New
pretty rough,
World because you
dude.
play
You
it
just
and
turned
you
off your
sing Whole
opponent?
New World to discard everyone's hand. But that's
Enough
like
of the
it's
stacks,
top end.
man. We don't want.
Well,
stacks.
no, that's good because that actually stops
said something like during your
Flaversham. I
opponent's-
want to know how to stop Flaversham. I think it's too good if it just says your
If you
opponent.
had something that said during
maybe.
your opponent's turn, I mean, I think it's a bit weaker if it just says during your opponent's turn they can't draw. They can't draw more than 1 card.
Yeah, so is it too good if it just says they
let
can't
them have
draw
to draw for
cards?
turn, but they
So it stops them from drawing
This
their
is the
card.
problem. You're trying to
Preemptive
solve Flaversham,
discard.
and then Amber Seal is just catching a stray like every goddamn.
So he's trying to solve Flaversham and just make green still better. This is probably a green Pete. Like
No, let's not make it
you
green.
can't draw cards and I'm discarding
Make it
your
amber.
cards.
Make it amber.
Instead of doing that, why don't we just like restrict Flaversham?
No.
If it's an amber, it still pairs into amber, emerald, discard. So
They're still gonna make card draw. There just needs to be a proper tax on card draw. So what is how would you balance card draw? Like,
The problem
how
is that card has to
about-
be steal based
Ooh.
off how the text is written. And
what about sudden impact? What about a 6-cost action, uninkable, gain lore equal to the amount of cards in target opponent's hand?
yes, but make it their inkwell, and I'm down.
It's just there's so many
Marcet's
ways
so
to
good.
remove flavorship right now.
In 2 colors.
Yeah.
In 1 color, realistically.
One
Yeah,
Strength
all
can do
I
it,
have to
but-
do is strength it with 6 characters on board. Come on.
Flowersham was a 1/5.
Easy peasy.
Easy. It's like every game.
Flowersham was a 1/5. I think he'd be much more balanced.
We did? Was it in the LCCC or was it in the ICL tonight where we saw the strength for 9? Was that in the LCCC? Maybe that was yesterday. I feel like we had just
9?
seen
No.
a strength to take down.
saw a
like,
big one. Oh, we saw a strength for
Chernobog or
6
something.
onto the
Strength for
Flowersham.
6. Maybe that's what I was thinking.
in my LC, or sorry, in my ICL match, I strength the Big Cindy. So it was pretty close to that.
That's a
Yeah,
7,
7.
right? 'Cause
7, yeah. It was a chunky one. I world greatest 1. He played another. I went strength 7, and then he shifted it again, but it was too late at that point.
So, what about a delay instead of discard? Like in Magic, it was Relentless Rats, like a 3-cost 2/2 quest for 2. When it comes into play, your opponent takes a card from their hand and puts it on top of their deck.
Oh, I like that. That's a cool effect.
So it doesn't trigger Prince John if we think Prince John's too good, but you still have like a way to tempo them. And if they keep 1 card in hand, like you punish them for not inking it or playing it. If, maybe too good. Apparently that's also a Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Just give us
Raise the
something that lets me
storm,
gain
Monarch.
lore. Give me something that lets me gain lore equal to the difference in inkwell size.
That feels pretty
I
punishing
mean,
too. Like,
Give us price.
it's
Yeah,
like-
that's like price of product.
That's like
progress. That's fine.
That's pretty like. I mean, if I'm aggro, right, and I get to 19 lore, and then you
Give me a
shut me
reason
out
to
for a few turns, and I go, "Oh, cool, just win." Or
I
you
feel
prioritize
like
me
there
twice, I
has
just
to be a
also win.
punish.
Reward
has to
me
be a
for
point.
not going past 3 ink.
Yeah, right.
Please.
I feel like the punishment for inking that much is you just get milled out eventually, right?
Hey, I wish.
I mean, eventually that's going to happen when we get all the
yeah.
cards for it.
You have like for
Eventually.
every 2 ink, like for every 2 more or 2 ink more that you have than me. I'm sure, okay, but like for every 1 ink, oh, that's rough. I don't think you should be able to just like, I'm gonna gain 7.
That'd be a funny strategy. You just go to like 1 ink and then just play this 1 class card that's uninkable. They could never do that. I can think of 20 ways to break it, but they need like an ink geyser that's good, Make it a song.
An
Honestly, could've
opposite
made
of
Ink
Ink
Geyser a
Geyser.
song. Yeah, opposite of Ink Geyser.
An amber card that allows you to, it's like the Clarabelle, right? You draw until you have the same amount of cards in your hand. You ink until you, like, from the top of your deck until you have the same amount of ink.
That would be like a green card. Because like, there's some
Insane.
green cards that do that.
So, is bend to our will, bend to my will? Do we agree that that is balanced in its cost for its power level?
Yeah.
Or do we think that's pushed too far? Not enough.
It's balanced for sure.
I think it's a little underpowered. I think if it was
It's a little
6,
expensive.
I think if it was a 6, or if it was inkable, it would be better.
All
They
right.
could have made it an 8 cost inkable, but there's no way it could be a 6 because then like, no, because you can just like destroy
Ramp.
Ruby decks and ramp
Like,
decks.
So
7 is a very like specific
then we
turn
could
that
say,
But if it was
you could
singable,
put some really powerful abilities on a 7 cost uninkable action, then right?
I mean, I don't know. The power levels in cards are like confuse the hell out of me sometimes because we have Dragonfire, which is a 5-cost uninkable action that banishes a character, right? And then they're like, hey, if we wanted to make Dragonfire inkable, what should it cost? They made it cost 7.
But it draws you a card.
No. I'm not even talking about that one. They made a 7-cost inkable one called Out of Order. It's in this set.
Oh God, no.
Yeah, it is just as banish a character.
I think that was designed for limited.
You know what?
Inkable Dragonfire.
I really think
when they released the card that reads
for limited play,
except their limited pack, like their packs aren't designed for limited, so that doesn't help.
Why not?
I mean, when they release a card that reads all actions can be sung, the game's done. I love it. All of these bad cards become real.
I mean, I think the set is draftable. I felt like the last few sets, there's been hints that they were like testing things out for limited style effects. They might not have like hit a home run, but like compared to set 1 and set 2, like I played drafts of each of these sets, not a lot, like 1 or 2. So it's like short-term examples. And I've done well at all of them, so I can't. It's not just like, oh, I won this draft, so it's the best draft format ever, like. So, but it did feel like the night synergy was like something you could kind of do, and then like adding locations had an interesting impact on limited. And now with this new set, like I have only done it once, but I drafted like a Damage Matters thing, and I got super lucky. I opened like a queen and an enchanted Mad Hatter and got past another Mad Hatter. So I had like a very synergistic deck. But the decks I also played against also kind of had, like, I played one person who drafted small versions of Mufasas and Yzmas, and then picked up a couple of each of the uncommons of those, and then also played some of the universal shifters, the Baymaxes, and then things that like got bonuses when your character shifted. And he actually like had a shift based thing, and while I beat him, he almost soloed me with the Mufasa. Like, I was like enough that I was like, man, if I open one of these and I don't have some bomb rare, like I could see grabbing it and hoping to, like, no one's going to take the small Mufasas. And even the big Mufasa's kind of weak, but it did so much work. I had some pretty good stuff, so I ended up like using a tramp and a bounce on the tramp to replay it to be able to like chunk it for 7 to deal with the fact that it was like a 5/6 or 5/5 resist evasive. Like, how do you deal with that in regular limited? Like, that's difficult.
You know, it's uninteractable. Snow White.
Yeah, and I saw it 3 times.
Yeah.
In limited, yeah.
And with Pascal.
There's no interaction. You literally just sit there and watch Igni Lore.
I inked it all 3 times. I was on the draw. One of the times my opponent played one, I inked it each time. My opponent's Snow Whites, I think, once gained 4 lore, but most times didn't even gain 2. I was just kind of lucky enough to have the
faster start.
Panic, I think. It was Panic. One of the 2 little really demons, the 2/3 that moves damage. So I was able
Panic
to like
that moves damage, yeah.
But that's like the only card that can kill it. Like the only one.
There was something else.
Actually, like I want to see people play more Panic over Bell.
Possibly, just being that much.
My sealed deck in limited. Yeah, my sealed deck in limited had the new Mickey Mouse, and I had Ruby Coil, so it was just really funny to be able to Ruby Coil the Mickey into just getting off of Mufasa on like turn 3.
Yeah, I didn't have to play against that, or if they did have it, they didn't play it against me. But I saw some people have a lot of success with the evasive coil. It definitely seems like there's 1 or 2 items in each set that give evasive of some sort. I think Longboat was in the previous set. Very high picks. Pixie Dust, I think. I've played that in a Pack Wars, and whoo,
Pixie Dust is good in Pack Wars or
It-
Pack Rush. Sorry.
Fidget is legitimately insane in limited.
Oh yeah.
Fidget's such a good card.
Training staff pretty good in this limited right now.
Which
All
You
right,
get
fellas.
the Challenger +2.
Training stuff.
I
haven't
gotta call
actually
it.
used that
It's my
one.
bedtime.
I'll see you, Habibi.
Bye bye.
It is 11 o'clock.
Yeah,
It is that time
Gotta
actually
head off too.
for me as
Yeah,
well.
it's
So
midnight for me, so I had to go too.
thank you all for joining.
Thank you for having me,
Rating
Wonderland.
someone. Yep.
Yeah,
for
thanks for
having
having
us.
us.
Phil, have a great night. Who are we gonna raid? We'll do some Blue Steel Workshop. All right, everyone. Thanks a lot for watching. You all have a great night. There's more ICL next week, and I'll be, as Clara said, I'll be casting on the CCS on Katie's channel as well as the main one. I'll be kind of jumping around, and then on Sunday I'll be doing, I think, almost each round of the top 8 on the main channel. I think one of the rounds I'll be jumping over to Katie's. But until then, you have a great night, and hopefully you get to watch some awesome Lorcana over the weekend.